I love business. I was in the university. I was in the university studying nursing. But in class, my colleagues would see me and they would call me business nurse because I had the capacity to sell. I could sell anything to them. So I was looking for what to do. Okay, what will I do? Because I wasn't passionate about the nursing I was studying. I know it's a very, very lucrative course. In fact, when you're there, they will tell you once you finish, just travel abroad, leave this country, you make more money as a nurse. So, but I saw within myself that I wasn't really fulfilling the inner passions of my heart. So I asked God for direction, what to do. So one day I walked into a studio, a business center in Delta. So I saw lovely pictures hanged on the wall. And I looked at the pictures the photographer that used to snap our family used to present to. They were different. They were looking unique. I said, so what really took this kind of image? So when I asked, they were not telling me it's a camera, it's this, it's that. I said, so a camera can produce this quality. That day I fell in love with pictures and I said I was going to study this thing. So right there and then, I made up my mind, okay, where will I go and learn this thing? Since the person I want to learn from is not, he will not give me the opportunity to learn from. So that was when I took the decision and I asked a lot of questions. So some people said you could learn in Lagos. So I will leave school from all the way from Ebonyi State. I'll come to Lagos, sit down and learn. I'll go back, learn and go back. So when I did that, in fact, because of my passion for photography that I want to learn, I came and bought equipment and I failed to buy camera. But the passion was stronger. The passion was stronger. So that was how I came into photography. So later on, I now discovered that beyond photography, most of us, one of the mistakes we make is that we don't see ourselves as businessmen. We see ourselves as photographers. So moving our products from being photographers to becoming a businessman is actually the problem a lot of us have in this industry. Don't just see yourself as a photographer. So I knew that doing this thing will not get me to where I want to get to. So I started seeing opportunities because I knew I could convert what was in my hands to product to another person and I'll make money from it. So that was how we started our brand camera.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, friends, the professionals in the industry. I'm Anthony Isaac, co-founder of Indigo Digital. If I want to talk about my journey, it's a bit long, but let me make it short and give a few. While I'm celebrating my 25th years of photography printing industry, if I may recall about my journey, I need to start from my school days itself. Started photography during my high school days with my uncle's point and shot Yashica analog camera. I've been so excited to snap the pictures with that camera. So I decided to join an institute for learning photography. There was an institute called BCL Photography Institute. So I joined there, successfully trained by them. During that course, as an attachment, they trained me on manual color photo printing. It was really another excited things for me. You can see another temptation for me to move into photography, from photography to printing. So my uncle set up a small wooden box for printing black and white pictures in my house itself. So the printing interest is developed. So I was printing from my house, family members' photographs. We cannot get pictures from outside to print. So family members' photographs I've been printing black and white at my home only. So in between, I got an opportunity in India itself, in through Konica company for getting advanced training about photography, film developing, and printing of printing photographs from the film. So I went there, successfully completed that course. That was really a big turning point in my career. Then there was no stop in my ladder. There are many milestones in my journey of Nigerian photography industry. For example, I'm so happy and proud to say God helped me to start digital photo printing, regular photo book production, and synthetic album production as the first person in Nigerian professional photography printing industry. So I'm very much loyal to all photographers in Nigeria for their support for me to lead the photography printing industry in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, still holding the mic, I would ask, because you made a point of being the first, being the one to start the first printing lab in Nigeria. So I want to know, when you came into Nigeria, I think that was 2003, if I'm not mistaken.
2002
2002.
January.
That's about 2 decades now.
Yes.
So what was the state of the photography? What was the state of the photography space when you came in? How did you meet photography in Nigeria? What are the things that were there that you did not see, and the things that now, that from the beginning when you were there till now, that has improved? What would you say has changed? What would you say when you came wasn't there, but now they are present now?
Okay. Thank you for that question. It's a good thing. It's not that there was no photo labs during that time. There was photo labs, many labs in all throughout Nigeria. It was analog labs, and there was no new machineries in the labs. Every machineries was used on and all those things. So that it was analog era. So digital, it's like there was no not up to date. The photography industry was not up to date. The Nigerian industry was not up to date compared to other part of the world. So I have decided to start digital photo printing that time. So we done that, and all other labs they also very cooperative. Immediately, if any new development comes, they are ready to move. They are ready to invest. So it will help photographers. All photographers can access. Only if only one lab does it. It cannot accessible by all the photographers, and one photo lab cannot serve for all photographers also. So all the I need to appreciate all the other labs also for adopting that new technology and providing those services to the great photographers. Then during that time there was no machine. I'm talking about the printing machines now. There was no companies who was selling new machines to Nigeria. That was the problem. Then when the other outside the country, when those people like Noritsu, that was a major printing machine sales company, when they identify, yes, there are business in Nigeria, the place is developing. They started their setup in Nigeria for selling Kodak paper, for selling machineries. So I could able to get my first new digital machine in Nigeria, and other people started buying it also. So through that, when this service providers, the machine sales people came into Nigeria, it's helped a lot in the industry. And main problem is the maintenance of the machines and all those things. If there is no maintenance, there will not be quality output from the machines. So they could able to provide technical persons from abroad first. Then they have trained a lot of our people here in Nigeria. Now, if you look at it, all Nigeria, lot of technical people are there, very experienced for doing the repairs of printing machines and all those things. And the spare parts all is available through the suppliers. So from that time till now, there are a lot of changes. If I say every 3 to 5 years, there should be, and there is a new technology will come up. If I am as a lab person, I need to request all photographers to support photo labs. If you support them, in every 3 to 5 years, they will bring new technology for you because it's a new any new technology need to come. There is investment is needed. So your supports are required for photo labs to bring new technologies to Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Otumba, for that. I'll go to camera joint, Mr. Ejeta. Now, there was something you said that was quite striking when you were talking about the fact that your photography journey, started when you entered the studio, the business center, and you saw the images that was shot, and you knew that you used to take pictures yourself, your family takes pictures, but the pictures are not do not have that quality you saw there, and that was what sparked something in you. Now we can say now that the photography space in Nigeria is quite big in terms of photographers and in terms of quality of image that are now surrounded everywhere now. And you can also testify that there are a lot of other quality images that we have. Now, being a retail store, how would you say that as a photography retailer, how would you contribute into taking it? Because this is not the highest we can go in Nigeria. What would you say that the retailer can do to also improve photography in Nigeria?
Okay, for the retailer to improve photography in Nigeria, it's a collective responsibility. It's not just for the retailer alone to improve photography, but we will look at it from this perspective. When you look at the photography industry in Nigeria, it has been largely developed by the informal sector. When I mean the informal sector, if you ask today now that, okay, I want to study photography as a course, and you walk around Nigeria university, how many universities are offering photography as a course? But yet the market capitalization of this industry is large. In fact, in the US, the highest employer of labor in the US are the retail companies. They employ large number of people, both those that work online and offline. So what we need to do first of all in this country is to be able to establish a formal system that will churn out quality information into the public. Because I noticed that when people access quality information, like take for instance, now I was telling someone when we came in here that if I give you a phone here and somebody sees the phone in your hand and he sees a feature that excites him on that phone, I've already influenced I've already influenced other people to want to get that product. Why? What happened? You got a new information about a particular device that works. So we have to create a formal system where people are educated with new information, new technology, so that people will now have that confidence to come out and say, I need this product, I need this product. I'll give you an example. Recently, two Indians came to the store to purchase items. When they came, the first one, before we finished our conversation, my brother, if you see the quality of information that guy gave to me about that gadget, and he has never been a photographer before, he has never done anything. He said he's buying that particular camera because he wants to, just for hobby. But the quality of information the guy has gotten is even more than the one I have selling the product. So what am I trying to say is, now the guy came and he said this was the exact product I'm looking for. Why? Probably because he had pro knowledge, he has studied, he has done all his research on that product. So for this particular industry, we are lacking behind because the formal sector have not been developed critically. The formal sector have not been developed. And until we do that, we will not witness the kind of innovations we want to see in the retailing industry. Let me give you another example. Google saw that the kind of content the Indian community were generating, where people were subscribing to it that fast. So they decided to invest $1 billion in building server farms where you could store up informations and everything. So now we need to churn out a lot of quality information. We need to provide educational platform. That's why you will see that with our brand, we always support anything education. So that once people get quality education, they will see what they want to buy and they will buy it with informed decision.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Echo, let me get to you. I like the fact that when you started, you came from the business. You came from the business angle of photography, and I'm sure you have a quite good knowledge of how to sell as a photographer. Because I said something before I called you to the stage that when we talk about the photography industry, we oftentimes think it's all about the photographers, whereas there are other arms of photography of things that make photography successful in Nigeria, like the retailers, like the photo finishing companies, labs, and other things, rentals, and all of that. So now, I want to, from a photographer's perspective, from a photographer's point of view, we also do retail. But basically, many of us, the way we do our retail is in selling photo books, in when we shoot, and selling pictures. So now, what other ways, as a photographer, can we sell our products? Whether you are a portrait photographer, whether you are a landscape photographer, how do we approach retail from a very business perspective? How do we sell our product that way?
I would like us to look at the image. Because every image we take is a creative entity. The image is your intellectual property. An instance can. The photographer needs to see himself as a creator. The photographer also needs to understand the photographer that has a science feel to it and also a business side to it. When the photographer has that mindset, the photographer understands that I create like God. The photographer has to have a God mentality. And when you understand that what you create is unique. You understand that whatever any other person creates will be different. Now, the challenge we have in the industry is people want to copy, and copying defeats the initiative. Now, I'll refer to what he said, and what he said was really deep. In the world today, African images are unsaturated, but even the African photographer doesn't know the advantage he has. If you check through history, Asian images have been seen. I mean, we watch movies and all that. American images, you can tell through films, still images, and the likes of stories. African images have not been captured at all. But even the Africans don't know they have that advantage. People are talking about NFTs. I mean, NFTs are in your village. That village that you're not proud of, that you don't have regard for. Images that cannot be seen anywhere in the world are in that village. That people are ready to buy for $1 million or whatever. We just don't know what we have. So this part of the world has what it takes to arrest the world. Look at the music industry. Look at Nollywood. Why are they gaining why are they gaining attention? Film and photography is playing out in those industries, but the average photographer cannot see. So what I'm hammering on mainly is the product. But the creator of the product does not know his strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Um, Let me go to Todd. I can call you Todd, right? Yeah. So, I was going through your bio, and I saw you've mentored a couple of photographers, and you've also been a juror. Is it a juror, right? In a Wikipedia photography competition of sort. Now, what would you say? Like, what would you say is a lacuna when it comes, because you've mentored photographers, so you've seen people come up, you've seen people grow, you've seen what they lack. You know, when people come to you, you've seen how there are some things they don't know, but you know that as they grow in their journey, they will see. Their eyes will be open to it. What would you say is that thing, that space that many photographers don't know yet? Probably in terms of their business, in terms of acquiring their gadgets, in terms of putting their business together. What would you say is that lacuna, is that thing lacking in most photographers today?
Okay, I actually like that question. I've been answering this question over and over in the space of 2 3 years. I usually tell photographers, especially when they come to me, that okay, you have passion for this thing that you're doing, but that is the major problem that most photographers have. They just follow the passion. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth. They get carried away with the passion for photography without focusing on the business aspects, like making money, generating other sources of income from what they do, like selling of frames and all that. They just get carried away with taking good pictures, using frequency separation, dodge and burn. I mean, a lot of photography groups, and most of them actually focus on creating fine images and then neglecting the business part. Like you have to make money to feed yourself and your family. So sometimes when
have all sorts of index fixation and brands like that that do rentals. But you see, like he said, we because we don't really have a formal segment that approaches photography, and which is nobody's fault but our fault, because we've not pushed for it. We have not pushed ourselves into places of policy making. We've not pushed ourselves into influential spots where a day comes when a child in primary school, they ask him, "What do you want to be?" And the child says, "I want to be a photographer." Until that happens, it's going to be a bit difficult. Because if I'm a manufacturer, I can't do rentals. I'm defeating the purpose of selling my products. So someone else takes that, and it should be someone within the sector, you know. But like I said, discussions are playing out, and it will come. But for those who are renting, I know a few people that rent, but they rent based on recommendation and guarantors. That's what's playing out. Then people also rent via their clicks. You get what I mean? But for a big production, there are places like Jungle. Jungle is the only one I can remember. There are others. If you put your ear to the ground, you will. But worst case scenario, relationships. Those things will come to play. Thank you.
Okay. So when it comes to capital for business, for your business as a photographer and building your brand, I tend to hear most people say they don't have capital. That is why they have not probably gotten to where. My perspective is different. My perspective is different. Um, I have come to understand that there's a model that works. And this current generation we are in, we're in a software generation now. We don't like hardware. That's just the practical truth. We don't like hardware. We like everything soft. So you will see somebody who, in fact, if you come to our back end on our system, if you see questions people ask, if you are God, you will not answer. You will not grant people's prayer request. That's the truth. You will not grant people's prayer requests. So now the first thing I tell people is this: there is capital. There's capital everywhere. But you are the problem. You are the reason why you don't have capital. That's the truth. Let me give you an example. I'm going to use 3 layers, then I'm going to give you one practical approach I apply to myself. Even me as a retailer, I need capital. That's the truth. I need capital as a retailer to scale up my business. Now, in Harvard, in Harvard Business School, I learned that the Igbo business model is being studied in Harvard as a course. People don't want to do apprenticeship. We all believe in degrees without deliveries. These things will not work. We have to calm down, and we have to calm down. Let me tell you, when I finished school of nursing, when I mean I finished school of nursing, I didn't do nursing in school of nursing. Rather, I finished from the university. So I have a BSc in nursing. While I finish, for me to walk up to my mother and sit down face to face and say all the money, because my school was not accredited, we spent 8 to 10 years in school before I finished. Now, I now say I want to come and start photography. It's madness. It doesn't make sense. So one of why I brought that thing is that these days you don't see people who want to do apprenticeship. An apprenticeship is capital. Once your boss can find trust in you, there's nothing he cannot entrust with you. So most times people don't want to sit down and sell. when you serve, you naturally climb the ladder of success. So most of us don't want to sit down and gradually learn. Now, I've never seen a mango tree grow in one day. What people want to do is that they just want to become fruits in one day. It's not possible. It's not possible. So I'll share a practical approach I use for my business. So there was a time I needed capital to scale up to a particular level. And what will I do? What will I do in the business phase I am? So God gave me an idea, and that idea is this. You know the Aboki men, they change dollar, they buy dollar from you. Now, when you sell to them, what they do is that when you go back and you say you want to buy from them, they will not sell to you at that price. You just what they did now, they added some money on top of it. So maybe they will add like 5 naira, some will add like 7 naira. So I approached someone and I told her, I said, please, this is what I want you to do for me. Give me dollars to trade. If the official rate is 500 naira, add 7 naira. I will pay you the money back within 4 days. I'll pay you back the money within 4 days. So I'm not doing a longer tenor, I'm doing a short tenor. So if somebody now, the person now sees that, okay, I'm able to get back my capital and I'm able to get a profit within 4 days, I will make money. So we started a cycle. So we started growing it because the person trusted me that I could deliver, and since we started, we have not failed. So through that, we started with $1,500. With $1,500, that was a few years ago. I can confidently say that in a month now, we now turn over about $120,000 from just starting by giving that capital. So some of us don't want to serve. Service is your gateway to having capital. That is one way. That is one practical way. So if you do not do that and you say you just want to reach things to happen in this current generation, my brother, it will not happen. So some of us need to approach the place of service. There are some people who have served their way to the top. That's why you will see that. Have you ever gone to the Igbo businessman shop? You will notice that you are more educated than him, but in his pocket, he's very deep. He's very deep. What happened? He has paid his dues. So some of us are just playing today. Tomorrow will pay. But some of them have paid yesterday and today they are reaping the fruits of their own. So apprenticeship is one model that will not live there. No matter how, let me use the English, softwareized we become, apprenticeship will still be one of the critical ladders for success. Do you notice now that if you go to most of even the Igbo businessmen now, they are complaining that this current generation, they are no more seeing boys to come and do service. So that is one core way to generate capital, one core way without you even having capital. So if you serve very well, your boss will diligently reward you. Thank you.
What you said is very deep. The truth is, I'm a product of that. Because while I was working with Kelechi, it got to a point where my mother called me Richard Amadiobi. Because I carried his business on my head like it was my own. Our ethics for business now is very, very poor, especially this generation. They see the big boys today, they don't know what the big boys have gone through to get to where they got to. It's a serious problem, and every sector in this economy is crying about it. Another angle, and then also to portray what he said, I worked on a brand last year, December, and the issue of Harvard studying the Igbo traders came up. I can't mention the brand here. I've forgotten the term, and that brand was going around the markets in the East and giving apprentice awards. It's true. Harvard is studying it. When I left the university, I went to spend time with an Igbo trader in his shop, and I know what I learned there. I mean, he's my friend. I always yap him that he's stingy, but I could see the benefits of what he was doing. From one shop to two, from two to three. Then another Igbo man that taught me something told me, look, Richard, photography. Sometimes as a photographer, you need another business to feed your photography. If you don't have enough funds, get a job. Let the job feed your passion. There's nothing wrong in it. Don't follow the trends. Don't follow everybody. You're not everybody. Let another business feed your photography hunger. The top photography retailers in Nigeria also are in even oil and gas. We're talking about, see, there's some people that just have it. To be candid, the Igbos have it. But the Bible scripture says, walk through the old pathway, but they have said they will not. That will not be your portion. So, if a certain people have, and they have proof, they say anywhere you don't see an Igbo man, there's no money there. If they have the proof, bros, I humbled myself before I walked to Kelechi, and I had mad hunger. And they said, Richard, come and start with us. If I tell you the salary at the initial, today, young people will not take it. But like I said, my mother called me his son name, Richard Amadi Obi. Why? I carried it on my head. Dedication to service is a major issue. I never thought, I read maths and economics, University of Benin. But I didn't know my experience with the photographer in that room, analog. He made over $1 million in front of me. Would speak later. So he's hitting on the key ingredients. This generation, to a large extent, isn't keen on the hardware areas. Before the major companies you see speaking so much on social media are making impacts, check out their hardware. It's solid. We have to pay the price. So I think the key thing really is, see, I will stop by saying this. I ask people who come to meet me 3 questions. I ask them, how much do you want to make this year? Write it down. Don't be vague. How much do you want to earn in that money? How much do you want to save in that money you want to earn this year? Write it down. The third question is, how much do you want to have when you retire? Write it down. Don't be vague. Now get out and go and do what those who make such money do. That's the task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there will be a very last question, and I want each one of us to approach this question from where we are coming from our perspective as whatever it is we do, from the retailer, from the photo finish, from the business side, from where perspective we are coming from. Now, how can retailing in Nigeria generally in photography industry, how can it be improved? Because really, we've seen that we are pointing the light generally to the photographers and the people who are actually really bringing the job to the retailers. But now let's take the light in to the retailing sector now. How do you think, seeing how the industry is, seeing that there are a lot of people who are actually really coming into it and it's just beginning, there are a lot of people who are still going to flock into the photography industry. Now, projecting at that, how can the retailing industry be improved? This in the value chain of the value chain of the retailing industry, that means the things they do to provide value, to provide service for the photographers. How can it be improved? Looking at where we are today in the photography industry, what are the things that we can project and say by 2025, by 2026, this is what we should be doing in Nigeria as a retailer. Thank you. Let me start with Otumba.
Okay, it's very important stuff. I am recalling when I was attending the class day before yesterday here, Mr. Tosin was explaining about this in short. Here, the gadgets we normally before, not now new gadgets have started coming. We using a used cameras and all. It was coming from abroad. So when I use camera, when we buying from abroad, the camera companies or gadgets companies, they are not understanding that the camera is coming to Nigeria. Now, when that one comes, I understand that there is a registration that we can register online the equipments what we use. So when we does that, all photographers does that. The camera companies will recognize yes, this camera being in use in between Nigerian photographers. And now also when the new cameras, I think most of the cameras are coming from Dubai or some other countries. Not that the camera suppliers are selling directly to Nigeria. So those cameras also, they are treating us sold to those countries where we bought from. Those also has to be registered. Now we can see camera companies are coming in like Sony, Canon, Nikon. But as Richard was saying in yesterday's class, I don't think there is an administrative office directly for them in Nigeria right now. When we involve into this online registration and when we notify all those companies, yes, we are using your product here. Nigeria is a large market for photography instrument producing companies. So if you do like yesterday when I was hearing some, we need to inform them. Okay, we are here. We need to notify them we are here. We need to give a push also to them, reminder them yes we are here, so that those companies will come here. Once those companies come here, we will get a large solution. Like now, some companies have started setting up the repairing areas. I was meeting a person that he is doing repairs of cameras. Even from Ghana, I think people are sending cameras to him here. So he almost getting all the equipment to fix those cameras here. So we need all camera companies has to come here with all repairing facilities so that we will get training from them. We can understand the camera before we even be buying it. Now, if you want to buy a camera, we can see online, we can learn from online what are the specifications of that camera. But we cannot use and experience that camera until we purchase it. So that also can happen now when we move further in this way. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it from this perspective. Um, when I started, I said one of the major problems, challenges we have in this industry is that we don't have a formal educational sector. Um, I should be able to say I want to learn. Okay, take for instance now. Let me give you an example. When you finish your degree program, now they are saying BSc is not even relevant. Now everybody wants to do MSc. Then you do MSc. You now finish and you do your PhD. And if you want to go further, if you're in academics, you become a professor. So, but if you check our industry, somebody wants to move from where it is now to another. Say he wants to move from where it is now, a graduate in photography to MSc level in photography. There's practically none.
Set master class.
The question I keep asking, because these were the driving forces that actually pulled me from nursing to saying I want to be a businessman. There are two dimensions of truth. There are truth somebody will tell you. Then there's a truth you will tell to yourself. That's why some people will tell yourself the truth. Tell yourself the truth. So there are two dimensions of truth. The truth you will tell to yourself will inform the decisions that you will make in life. So I ask myself these core questions. Okay, what are the basic values my society needs? Some of you ask yourself the course you study, this course you studied in university. If you walk down from the end of your street to the other part, how many people are in your streets that need the value of the course you studied in the university? You will not find one. But this creative industry that have created jobs for massive, most of the youth in this country today, now somebody can just buy a camera and say he's the photographer. He doesn't need to study anything. Just put the camera on auto, you take a picture and you're done. So I think our priority as a country, we need to redefine we need to change the narrative and let people know that there's dignity in becoming a photographer. There's dignity in becoming a fashion designer, a tailor. I used to tell my friends jokingly that I rather become a professional tailor than to become a professor of electrical and electronics engineering who is using a generator to power his personal library at home. So, what am I trying to say in essence? The quality of information we are getting. Remember, these cameras are devices. Once the camera receives an exposure to light, image will be recorded on the sensor. That is how when we receive quality information, it will drive into production, quality production. So we as retailers, that's why you see my passion for education is second to none. I can give anything for education. In as far we get quality education in the sector. So we need to actually invest a lot in education. Let's get formal education. Then I will go to the point where he talked about. Today, one of the most used photography light brands in Nigeria is Kudos. Yet Kudos does not have a service center here. If your Kudos is bad, you have to take it somewhere else to fix, maybe a local repairer. Let me surprise you. Africa is the largest market for Kudos products in Africa, Middle East, and Asia. But the point is that we have the numbers here. We have the numbers here. But because there are no formal sectors, and there are no data to support that fact, we are not pulling these industries, these institutions down into this country. So what we need to do as a community, is build a community with strong data. Build a community with strong data. And that is what the formal sector does for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ejeta. Let's move to the next panelist.
Okay, I'll be very short. We have to look at things from a policy point of view, an educational point of view, as he has said. Because in society, if you do not come to terms with those two aspects, you will just remain irrelevant. Like I said before, we need to walk to the point where a child in primary school will say, I want to become a photographer. When that happens, we know we have gotten it right. So essentially, what we must do, like he has said, is work on the formal approach. I've tried to call Godox. Are you getting me? But you find out that even trying to communicate with Godox is an issue. Why? When you speak to Godox, eventually, do you have a formal body backing you up? Do you have data to suggest that that smart person you talk to in Godos will listen to you? That's what he's talking about. Do you have what it takes to get their attention to bring them over here? Let's not forget, Africa is the world's best kept secret. When foreigners come to Nigeria, they say, wow, like seriously? A hall like this exists in Nigeria? Fantastic. Why? They never get to know these things. Social media is what exposed Africa, but it hasn't been seen yet. So, buttressing what he's saying, we need
to take the bull by the horn. BOP has provided that platform right now, and that initiative has to be pushed. It cannot be left behind after this. See, I can personally say to myself that I will give part of my life for that because it means something. Anything you get involved that affects everybody's life influences your life even more than what you think for yourself.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Eko. Thank you very much. Let's move to
Okay,
talk. Briefly, please.
improving the value chain as a retailer in Nigeria, to start with, is capital. So I feel retailers should provide for their end users or their customers some a platform where they can pay installments, like instrumental payments. Maybe you pay twice or three times, and then you can have your gadgets, or you pay twice. The third payment will be after a month or two. So I feel retailers can improve the value chain in that aspect of providing instrumental payments. Also, government can also help by providing soft loans for creative people, and this can only be done when we have a body. E.g., we have last span for Lagos. I think people in Kano too, they have a body, but I don't know if the body is registered in Kano. We have a Kano photographer. Is it registered by the government? So I think each state, all the 36 states, including FCT, should have recognized bodies by the government or whoever is in charge in that state that can provide soft loans for photographers and creative people in that industry. And also, we need to collect data properly as a retailer. Those are the ways we can improve our value chain and improve the creative industry in Nigeria. We need to improve on data collection. For instance, we want to bring Sony or Godos, like you said, to Nigeria. We don't even have the data to present to them. If we have proper data collection, like, okay, we have like 500 photographers in Ikeja, 500 photographers in Lekki, 1,000 photographers from Ogun State. If we can come together as retailers and have a body that collects data for us, it will be a good way to improve the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's the end of my question, but I'll take two questions. Two questions from the audience. If there are no questions, then we can round up this session. Two questions from the audience. Anyone? If you have a question, please raise your hand.
So we only have time for one.
Okay, there's one person.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Bukumi Mani, researcher. So, over the week, everybody has been talking about policies, creating bodies, creating entities, government recognizable entities that could. But nobody talks about the practical steps. Now, just like you said the last time, you said last man is there, but the new generation sees last man as only oldies club. Now, if this new generation can be taught how to create these bodies, don't we feel okay? They can create a body that at least we saw the youth movement for end SARS and all. These people we are capable of doing these things, but there's no, like you said, there's no formal education towards these things. So there's no training on how to create bodies. But photographers who are creatives, everybody just wants to. I just want to shoot. I just want to. Nobody cares about what anybody's doing. In as much as I'm making 5 million today, I don't care if anybody's making it. That's the reality. Only if I get called by my own somebody immediately by my side that is up to my level that I care about. Okay, let's educate people. But me on my own personally to come and okay. For instance, Gazmadu or Lekki, this and all, they did Project X. That's fine. But do we even have education? Like you people have been talking about creating policies, but can we go into okay, what are the processes involved in creating those policies? What can we do to implement these things you are saying?
Okay, just in very short, as you said about the last pan, I'm a patron of last pan. So now we are developing a lot. We are involving more youth into last pan. Even a youth has done a very huge program a few months before for last pan on educative program. Also, we have a last pan academy now, and we are in the starting stage, and we are going to have some studio for practical trainings, and we are going to have some top-end photographers for trained photographers. But for all the benefit of this one, join last one. So all the benefit what is coming up, all youth can enjoy it. We are concentrating on the youth to develop.
Okay. Please, about the yes, about what you said. Yes, it's not that you are wrong. You get it's because there's no uh, proof of what last one is doing. Do you get? So, and that's one of the reason why a person like me join. Do you get? So that I can't judge them over the face. I have to belong. So the question is, you have to join. So when you complain, they will listen. Because I find out that they don't want to be a frontier because they look that they are old. So the innovative comes from the young people. But they cannot come and drag you by force. So the academy is talking about, you don't know. And the academy is linked to a reputable schools. But if this stuff did not come now, you will not know. So let me not take.
Let me just quickly add this. There's a creative bill that came up some months back. I don't have all the details, but how it affected me directly was this. Somehow a bill came up and it doesn't allow for people to bring in models from outside the country. It doesn't allow for people to bring experts from outside the country to come and do shoots. It attracts a penalty of 100,000 US dollars. Are you getting me? Someone put that together. And we as creatives need, and we've been speaking with Kola, and things are happening. We need to position ourselves to be what? To speak on behalf of that little guy who's about to hold the camera so that he will have an enabling environment and it's better than it is now to practice.
Thank you very much. Let me give a female, and this is the last person, a female, the opportunity to ask a question, and this is the last person who will be asking a question.
Hello, my name is Mary. Mine is not many questions, but over the years, I'm in the creative world. Though. I'm not a photographer, but I do photography, and I make money from it. Yeah. So I remember before the COVID hit the world, we were doing something that we call Lagos Walk photography. And I remember then, you just come out with your camera and let's walk from Lekki to Ikeja or from Ikeja on that bridge to somewhere I don't really know Lagos then. That was what I did. That was 2018 or so or 2016. Then after a while, we stopped. It didn't stay for a long time. And I was imagining in my mind, who are these organizers and why can't they just keep something and make it work? So one thing I observe that we creatives have is that one, we're not ready to push beyond our boundaries. Then two, we want to take over that little circle we have and we don't want anybody to take that space. Three, if I have a job and I know I cannot do it, um, instead of me to call my creative, I either try to swingle myself into it or find a way how the other person will not have it. But I think it's time for us to stand out. I think it's time for us to have bodies like this, and we have people to call upon for the event, for things. I think it's time for us to create a relevant and a link or website or something that works like Fiverr. I don't know if anybody knows it. Freelance and other stuff in Africa, not just in Nigeria. I remember this they started it, and I know I joined the African Was it these people DSTV or what did they call multi-choice? Multi-choice started it, but I don't think it's even working. So I think thank God for gathering like this. I like solutions. I don't like talk. Give me problems. Give me solutions. Can we that are here put our pen, our names, and our numbers together? Create a group. Now we are creatives. We are good. Let's create a group, create a link. Let's start doing something. I remember I wanted to start something called Gathering of Professionals. And what was that all about? Sorry. It's for all professionals to come together, be able to list our jobs, tell people, oh, I heard of this. Do you know about it? How can we get this? So I don't know how we can do something and make
Fantastic.
it. Thank you.
The first statement you made, you're not a photographer, but let me just educate us on that area. It's either you are a hobbyist, an enthusiast, or a professional.
I am a professional creator.
No, you're not getting in photography. It's either you're a hobbyist, an enthusiast, or a professional. Thank you very much. But your comments are awesome.
Thank you very much. This will be the end of this session. A round of applause for our panelists here. That's not a wonderful job here.
So camera joints brought some things for participants of the class. So we'll do a raffle quickly to share it. So after the picture, we'll do that. Okay. So, okay. Okay. So,
Am I blocking?
oh, sorry. And there's plenty gift, big gifts. Let me bring you to the front.
When I wait for my own, I did look for exposure. And
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So need to do it real quick. I don't know. So should I give everyone numbers? Okay, take pictures. So there's camera to give away. There's Pelican box. There's hard drive. There's memory cards. We're not putting okay. I don't know that. Thank you. Yeah, take picture. So quickly, let's so I don't know. I'll just give the numbers real quick so we can go to the next session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Know your number. Know your number. So number 1, 3. So my number. The first person in the class. For the hard drive. What?
No, no, so let's get this. Let's see. You have our sorry, we'll make that 40 now. You know, 50. Panelists also important. What we do is we pick. So if you win, automatically means you cannot pick for the next round. So let's make it out.
I've given the number, so
You same number.
yeah.
Oh, everybody has their number. You know your number, right? Yeah. You know your number. Yes.
No, you were not. If you didn't get a number, you were not in the class. You have
You're in the class. Wait, hold on. You know your number. I gave. It's not about which person. You know your number.
I gave you the number.
You know your numbers, right?
You don't know your number, you were not in the class. The number ended at 31.
Ladies first.
Don't get
Start praying. Pray. Number
two.
Who is number 2? Wow. No.
So the next number will be for strap. Next one for strap. The leather strap.
Wow. It's a fantastic annex. Pray.
Number 14. The next number is for the Wacom tab.
No, that's not part of it. Okay.
Wacom tab.
Pray. God still answers prayer. Pray. No, not Number 15. You are not praying.
Pen tablet. Young pen tablet. Camera joint is big on education. Can you take picture? Next one. Number 12. Number 12. No, let her come collect her gift. Let her come collect her gift. microphone. Rode mic. Rode wireless gold zoom mic.
Sorry, it's Mr. Body, can you help us?
I can win. I have the number, so I can win it.
Mr. Body, please. Yes, sir.
You
You don't have numbers. You don't have numbers, sir. You don't have numbers.
don't have a number. Sorry.
Brother, next class.
Next class. We're not in the class when I shared the number. All these gifts are courtesy camera joints, please. That's the next thing.
It's a very funny thing. 25.
Okay, who else can we support for?
5 terabytes.
How you doing?
You pick the grand finale. Let him pick the grand finale. Okay. There's a camera at school. You pick the last one.
Sorry guys. I think we need to change.
There's still a camera at school.
We change the rule of the game. There's a Sony camera. There's a Sony
And there's
camera.
5 terabyte AC rugged hard drive.
There's a 5 camera.
I need to pick number.
I need a number.
I give you my number. I give myself. It's not 30. It's not 30.
We don't have it. Number 46.
No, I think you have it. 5 terabytes. Camera joint.
It's coming up.
Okay, bye bye everybody. Bye bye. See you next year. Number 17. 17.
What is that? What was
Number 8.
Grand finale. The Sony's ZVE10. I'm taking this one. It's for you. Okay. Let me pick it for Sony ZV-E10.
He said we should give him. He came all the way from Kano. Who did the transport fare? So someone is going to win this. Someone is going to win the Sony Alpha ZE10.
See camera joints, please.
Camera joint. If you can praise that praise. Pray. Let's put your hand and pray.
Ground finale. Roll the drum. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it.
Wow. Number
24.
So, should we give Oga Body loss? Forfeit, thank you, sir. You want to forfeit? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. No.
let's
Okay, so I would have loved to give this to Mr. Buddy for various reasons. As our panelists, he came early, and it's always ensured that every conference is one of the first people that arrive. But sir, we will find a way to come and compensate because this camera joint is here, so we'll find a way to compensate you. So, and the reason is this. It will be unfair to Mr. Mo because we didn't give him anything when he won. To now give to one of us who had picked to give him. So please, sir, please let's give him a round of applause. So please, guys, we can't really shout because of Okay, you ready? And the winner of this Sony Alpha ZV-E10 is number 26. Check the box. So I'll do this speak myself for the course. That's very important. Sorry? Hold on, I'll do the speak. I'll do the that is very Kola. Kola. I'm the only Kola. Yes. You are doing that. Okay, so the winner of the Pelican box is number 11. Number 11. Okay. So the winner of the Pelican box is number 28. 28. Okay, the new winner is number 16.
Okay, my boy.
Yes, he has changed. You know why I'm excited that he's winning this? He actually came from Kano. He heard about the conference, he came for something different. He's one of the photographers in the palace of the Emir. So he heard about the conference and decided to change his flight and stay back in Lagos. And for every day, he initially changed it to be here for just one day. And then he enjoyed the first day and he said he had to wait. So he changed his flight till yesterday. And then he experienced yesterday, he said no, he has to see the last because he's learned so much. And change his flight again. Now, he's now going home with a Pelican box. I think he deserves it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not saying that. I was just saying.
Thank you. Please let's get seated. Let's get seated. We're behind time on the next session. We're behind time. So the next session, yes, please. I'll call on Mr. Femi Akim Shola. Mr. Femi Akelshola will be
Let's settle down. Let's settle down.
moderating this panel. And the theme for this panel, what's the theme for this panel?
Can you?
Fantastic. So I love the theme of this, and I think it's important everybody is here. So once those who stepped out wrap up with the pictures, I'm going to join them. They have to come here. This is very, 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 very important. And I'm excited about the people that I'm, on this panel. The people who we know can actually do this topic. So the topic for this panel is collaborative evolution. Stakeholders key to industry growth. So this panel session will be examining the roles of every stakeholder in building this industry. So please, I welcome Mr. Femi, Mr. What's your name again? Mr. Akil Shola to moderate this panel. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him, please.
So panelists on this one will be China 5, Dapoki, Mr. Abdullah, and Miss Janet. Okay, can you hear me now? All right, thank you. Mr. Abdullah and Miss Janet. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Like I said, we'll be examining collaborative evolution, stakeholders key to industry's growth. I should stand up. So we'll be starting by examining how far and how well has the photography industry evolved and grown over time. I think I'll start with her. Ladies first.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi. My name is Janet Orilua, and I'm the lead creative for iSymmetry. So, your question again?
Okay. I said, we want to examine how far and how well has the photography industry, how far and how well has the photography industry evolved over time? Yeah. From your own perspective.
Exactly. Everything I say, please let me just do this disclaimer now. Everything I say is my own view and my own interpretation of stuff. So, I'll say we've grown like from a 0 to 100. Like in the past, how many years we've actually evolved. Am I fine? Okay, thank you. I'll say we've evolved a whole lot. Like the creative industry, not just photography, has evolved massively, far beyond anybody could have thought. Like back from the days when we had just a very few people that were very good in their creative work. Now you have like a whole lot of people that have learned, have served, and have done their dues and now coming up with their own businesses, and they're running it well because I feel like they've served over time, so they understand the market and the business of things. So I can say that we have gone from a 0 to 1,000. That is my own view.
Hi everyone. So my name is Dr. King. I am more into, I'm a visual storyteller, more into videos, right? So, I would build from, where she stopped. I'll first make the disclaimer. This is based on my own point of view, right? I'll say that, the media space, content space, photography, videography, it has really evolved um, from 20 years ago, where we are now. I feel that we have access to being able to tell our stories the way we want them told, right? The way we're able to create our content. As a photographer, you can take pictures with your phones now and do a madness with it. As a video person, you can make a short film with your phone in your room and put it up on YouTube, say for example. And then before you know it, you're like the next big filmmaker who is making film for Netflix, for Amazon, Video Prime, and stuff like that. So I just feel like we have evolved. The content space has really evolved. We get to every day we realize that there's this new person doing something crazy that you can connect with. The internet space is so wide and broad that you can be in Nigeria and you're talking to somebody in India and you're seeing to collaborate. Yeah, that's my point of view. Thank you.
My name is Boddy Lawson. I'm a professional photographer, dream pilot, and all that. This is my 28th year in the industry. I had to say that. Don't look at me like that. I've been here for 28 years, and we shaped this industry. When I see everyone here, it's a product of a dream that I had and quite a number of us. And what actually happened when you say evolution of photography in Nigeria? Before then, we were doing analog, black and white, darkroom. And then what happened? The digital came in and all of that. And there were just a few people, Don Barber, Sumi Smart Cole, Jide Jones, and the rest of them, just a few people that were doing photography then. And we came in as a new generation. And the funny thing was that I want to tell you what broke it. They were doing their thing. And we came in and said, look, we want to create an industry whereby when they ask a child, what do you want to be when you grow up? They will say, I want to be a photographer, I want to be a videographer, I want to be a filmmaker, director, and all of that. When we started, those things, if you say you're a photographer, they look at you like, oh my shoe. Because that means that it's what a pity that you're a persona non grata. You couldn't make it in the profession, but then you now decided to just take pictures. But we said that we're going to change that. How? It doesn't take too many people to change an industry. It takes a few people that know what they're doing and are focused. So we decided to rebrand the industry, present it in a certain manner that everyone will see. We're doing things, first of all, the clothing, we started dressing better, more corporate events, and then what happened? The press, people started noticing clothing. These guys are dressing up better. Then what happened? The press started interviewing us. We started getting on TV, on dailies, newspapers, and we started speaking better. And because of that, we started commanding more money and respect. That's how it started. And we started teaching people, and we were ethical, and we were friends. If you call this person and you say, this is the price, we will call the other person and say, look, this person called me. What do you think? How much did this person? Although this person also called me. So you found out that we were talking amongst ourselves. And at the end of the day, the client has a choice in terms of interpretation of brief. That's exactly how it was. So the evolution has started in that manner and kept at it, and we kept adding value to what it was. Kept adding value. We're speaking to students, we're training people. People started understanding that we could earn a living on photography. Clarence Peters came to me and said, look, how did you like this? I did a shoot for somebody. How did you like this? He came and sat down under tutelage. I said, look, I did it like this, I did it like this. He replicated the same lighting techniques on the video. Client Peters will sit down, go to Kelechi, will look at it, how did you like this? How did you like this? That's exactly how it was. The artist will come to us and say, look, I want you to photograph us in a particular manner. So we decided to photograph them bigger than life, create an image that they don't even have at all. They have not even dreamt of it. So by the time that came about, what happened? They begin to get their music, people begin to see them internationally, they begin to get more finance, and that's how the music industry blew up. All because photography, filming, and all of those things. So when I see everybody here, I'm ecstatic. I love it, and I'm very glad and happy. Everyone here, because it's a product, and that's the way photography ever do.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Chidi Wangwa. I'm a photographer, CEO China 5 Studios. Okay, so I'll continue from where my Oga stopped. I call him Oga because when I was in secondary school, we used to hear of the name Body Lawson. That was in the 90s. So, like him, professionally, I started photography in 2005. So I think that's 17 years now. I remember my first camera. I started with analog, film, like he said. And then I got into the analog days when, analog was the one that when you snap, it would move to the next film. Before that one, it was the analog that when you snap, you use your hand to move it to the next film. And then they brought out the automatic analog. When you snap, it moves to the next film. And then it was difficult. Like he said, we didn't have a lot of photographers then because you have to know photography. You have to understand what light is. You have to be able to expose. So it's not what we're doing now that you just pick up the camera and then bam, you're at it. You don't know what you snap till you get to the lab. That was how bad it was. I remember a friend then shot a wedding. He didn't know that his staff had exposed the film. Because then if you want to load the film in your camera, you have to go into a dark place. So he didn't know that his staff didn't do that. So he shot an entire wedding, got to the lab, and then they developed it. Definitely it was all black. So it was bad then. I can remember walking into a lab in Akoka, and then this elderly man was crying. As an elderly man crying, he just finished shooting a wedding. And the film came out with lines. So fast forward. Then you can't edit. You're not editing anything. Film straight picture, there's soft. No, there was nothing. There was no computer. Then. So it was that bad. And then, so when I remember, every time I remember that man, I'm like, if it was now that, so we got to the point where you can now scan pictures or not film. Then it got to the point where you can now scan the film directly to get digital and print as digital. So then digital now came out. I always remember my first digital camera, Casio. That camera didn't have a megapixel. So you understand what I'm saying? Now all of you go, how many megapixels are you shooting? My first camera didn't have a megapixel. All right. Then my second camera was a Kodak 6340. I can remember these things. DX6340 was a 3.2 megapixel. Then I went to a Sony P100. It was 5 megapixel. You know, we started growing. And then our memory card then, now we are flying now. 16 MB. Not 16 gig, 16 MB. 8 MB. So you have like 10 memory cards. You have 8 MB here, you have 16 MB here. If you have 1 gig, you're a big boy. So it was like the flash days where when 1 gig flash now came out, people used to put it on their neck. 1 gig, you're a big boy. So you know, it started evolving. And then I remember when I heard, there's now 1 gig. 1 gig. And then now there's 64. There's 512. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then now the cameras, you have 45 megapixel camera. You get. Now you can just sit down, snap anything, and just, you know, some people don't even want to learn photography. They'll go and learn editing. Then they'll just say, I will edit them, Jerry. You understand? So that's how much that evolved. You know, it's easier now, but it's easier and then people are getting lazy. Like, people are getting very lazy. A lot of people have sent me DM. I would have come, but in my mind, I'm like, ask him. A lot of us have to travel. You know, the other day when I spoke here, I mentioned about my had to travel to Turkey for a conference. And then I mentioned how it was my last money, so it wasn't like I had money. And then I was at the airport, I was hungry because I had a 12 hours layover flight. I was hungry, I didn't have money to even buy food. I had gone to New York to collaborate with somebody and then shoot a fashion model. Like my money, nobody paid me. You understand? But now, for someone to just take transport from somewhere to come here, people are telling you that, well, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think to a large extent we have a very balanced panel. I mean, old and the new. That's what I mean. So we can take the distance from the older is the perspective, and perspective matters a lot. Yeah. So the next question, I think I'll start from Mr. Body. Yeah. Yeah, I think for those that don't know, 28 years, that was like 1994. So he's an OG in this game. What can you say were the challenges? I mean, apart from the analog camera that you mentioned, what can you say were the challenges that you faced then and you had to overcome with them?
All right. It's very simple. Branding was a core because, first of all, you have to overcome that stigma. It was a very big, massive stigma. When you go to an event, they call you. That's what it is. When you get to an event, hey, come here. You know. So that was the first stigma. And I remember very well, I thought about it, I said, look, you are the best billboard ever because you are always in front. So I decided that I started making customized jackets and I had my name all over it. And once I'm in front, people see my name boldly at the back of my jacket. I'm not talking about wearing something. I'm talking about a jacket. Then I did some embroidery, my name at the back of the jacket. And once I'm in front, what happens? People see and they recognize that this is this photographer. He's at this event. Now, the next time they go to another event and they see the same photographer, the question is that he must be doing something right for him to continue to be in this particular time. So the first one was branding. I attended some branding classes, which obviously will identify how to be able to take your brand from one level to another level in terms of your brand equity and how to present yourself bigger than life. So that's obviously how the colors, all of that, the branding. Then pricing was another issue. What they used to do, for instance, I'll cite examples. Now, a wedding, right? When they call you to cover a wedding, what they do is that come, cover the wedding. They will not pay you. You come, you cover the entire wedding 2 days. When you're done, you go and print what is called a contact sheet. You put the film, when you develop, you put the film all together, 1 to 2, then it becomes like an 8x10. You take the contact sheet, then you go and meet the client. Then the client looks at the contact sheet and says, okay, I want 1, 2, I want this. Then they start bargaining with you for printing one by one. So imagine that then when they finish, then they'll tell you that when you print it, when you bring it, then they'll tell you that, okay, maybe you can do an album for me. You know. So at the end of everything, you're not making more than 10,000 naira for an album. 10,000 naira, I want to state it, 10,000 naira for an album. So as at that time, I thought about it. And I said, that's ridiculous. Why would you call me to do it? And the funny thing was that you will pay for the hall, you pay for the dress, you pay for the catering, you pay for every single thing, then you call the photographer a day before. That was completely unacceptable to me. Because I believe that if you want to start and brand an industry, you need to put structures, you need to put your foot down. I started telling clients that no, you have to book me 6 months. You book me 6 months, and what you need to do is that you're going to pay me in advance. I'm not going to be doing all that contact sheet and you'll be pricing me one picture. No. You sell images, you sell works of art, and not pictures. As a photographer, each picture is a work of art and not an image. Once you realize that it is a work of art, you will find out that every click, you will make sure that your exposure is right, your composition is right, and the value system that you're going to place on that image will be what you want. Because when you say a picture and a photo, that means that they're going to cost you how much is to print. How much is, but for instance, that's not what it is. You are holding a 1.7 million naira camera, you are editing, you're spending how many hours to edit. And and at the end of the day, what do you mean? And you want to be pricing picture by picture? What's that? My whole life is you put your entire life into each image. That's your life. Each image is the representation of the life and the interpretation of life that you're presenting. It's very important. By the time a photographer sees and you understand that each of the images that you create, that's how it is. You find out that your perception of life and your perception of imagery will completely change. So those are the things that the challenges that we actually faced. And obviously, pricing, as I said earlier on branding, pricing was another issue. Then we didn't really have much of mentors. But one particular person that I'll always give it, I will call him the godfather of contemporary photography in Nigeria, Don Baba. He gave us an ear. Let me tell you a brief story, right? I, in particular, right, my uncle, is total consult. He's in the industry. He also helps shape the branding industry. So he told me that, okay, I told him I'm interested in photography. I started learning photography. Then he told me that, look, I know one person that is very good, blah, 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 blah. But you need to pass a test before he can put you under his wings or train you. I studied. I went to meet him. And what happened? He gave me a question. I won't tell anybody the question, don't worry. One day you'll find out. So they actually, and I answered the question. And he looked at me and said, see you on Monday. And with him, I learned quite a lot. And he opened doors to several people. Let me just mention T.Y. Bello, Kelechi Amadiobi, Uche James Roha, a whole lot of people that you get. And he's still relevant now. He opened up doors. Once we have a problem in price, he said, don't mind them, build them.
No, and you keep telling everybody. So you go to Kelechi says this. You come to but Lawson says the same thing. Go to TY Bello says the same. Uche James Roba, we're all saying the same thing. So at the end of the day, you have to pick among all of us. That's exactly what we ended up doing. And these are the challenges that we had within that period of time. So I think so far, let me just stop here so I don't have to
Okay, challenges. Like you said, it was getting the jobs. I remember so when I started shooting weddings in 2005, the first 10 weddings I shot, they didn't pay me. So when I hear photographers now say, I'm just laughing. And then some of them look at us and then they think that we just got where we got to. So I remember my first wedding. I just went out and then like I said, try the 5. Person was like, so? I was like, okay. Come and shoot the wedding and then we'll see your pictures and then know if. So they had like 3 photographers at the wedding. So you have to show yourself. So I shot the wedding and I remember going to a wedding in Warri and I walked into the bride's house and then the bride looks at me and goes, I was using a point and shoot. The Sony P100 was a point and shoot. So when I hear photographers say now that I can't buy this camera or that's why my picture is not, the way. So I started with a point and shoot and then I walked into the bride's house. This was 2005, towards the end of 2005. And then the bride just said, I can never forget her. She just said, what's this? And I was like, my camera. She laughed. She now said, oh, your guy is outside, right? With the real camera. Are you the person? And I said, I'm the person. She now said, no, you must be joking. Are you the person my husband, Edwin, contacted for this? So Edwin Agbonifo. So if you know the Agbonifo family, so they own Wellington Hotel. And then she was like, no. Picked up her phone, called Edwin. Edwin, is this the small boy that you sent? Come on. Did you see his camera? And then I was shaking. So apparently that was my 4th wedding, 5th wedding. So Edwin, I did a workout pass so I started as a graphic artist. I used to do graphic design, print, basically. That was what I used to do. So I did graphics for a wedding, the program, the IVs, everything, and then the pastor, the family friend, and he says, oh, Chidi, why don't you bring your camera and then come shoot the wedding for me? And then this wedding was the Consular General of American Embassy, Brian Brown. He got married to a Nigerian in 2005. So he had like 8 governors at the wedding. So I always say that my portfolio for years was that job. So I had like 8 governors at the wedding. So I shot the wedding and all that. And Edwin saw their pictures and got my number from them. So I didn't know what to tell the wife, but because even me, I know that I'm not that strong. And then even when Edwin contacted me, I said, are you sure you want me to shoot a wedding? Because that one, it was worker passing. He was like, no, I love those pictures. I want you to. So he took me to Warri. And I think that was the first time I was actually flying. So got to Warri and all that. And then I told the wife, I didn't know what to say. So she called the husband and said, well, okay, he's your own photographer. Let me call my own photographer. So she calls this guy. I can never forget. The guy walks in, with his analog, those long lenses, campus. So he called him from Ecoma, campus, and all that. So in my head, I just said, the graphic artist with digital camera, you analog, let's see. Because definitely my pictures would have to be better than your own, if we're processing it. So I just kept quiet. This guy messed me up. Like, he would tell me, okay, hold on, When I'm done shooting, then you can shoot. That's what he kept doing to me. He would tell me, wait, oh yeah, now you can shoot. So, not my own me. I'm not the professional. He gave me his card. He was president of Photographers Association in Ekoma. This guy treated me like, cut the long story short, came back to Lagos after the wedding, processed the pictures, sent them, the album. Then it was album, you open, you put it, you use hanky and, you clean the pictures. It's not now that we just sit down and send it to PhotoSpeed or send it to Photomat or, then you sit down and do all the work. So, and then someone calls me, like, hi, hi, hi. And then I heard people laughing at the background. Apparently it was the bride and her sisters were laughing. And so I now heard somebody say, you're a professional photographer. So apparently she called to apologize. And then she said, see, I can't even put your pictures side by side with this guy. So what am I trying to say? So I teach photography. So I always tell people, see, learn the art very well. Learn it very well. Like, learn it very well. It will sell you. You don't have to beg people. But you are begging and you are struggling because it's not where it's supposed to be. If you can take your photography to a level, trust me, people will run after you. See, I tell people that, people in Ikoyi don't have to run after you. There's market for everybody. Trust me. There's market. I know a photographer that I went to visit him. He's in towards Tollgate. And I was like, this guy, you're doing amazing, like, you're doing great work. And he tells me that I don't want to move anywhere. I'm okay here. So a lot of you are looking at, these ones, they're hammering because they're in Lekki, or they're hammering because they're on the island. See, you can make your money from anywhere. All right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I wish I brought like a book and pen to be writing. Yeah, but it's a privilege for me to be here, seated with, kings and this queen, because I don't know. But I must say, me, I'm like the newer generation. I didn't really go through the foundation that you went through, right? So, the first challenge for me was, support from, say, parents, for example. I'm sure a lot of us went through that because many of us find this passion at a very early stage, right? And I'll give an example. I remember when I was in school, because I schooled in, I went to Redeemers University, and I studied social work, right? So in my 200 level first semester, my parents do well. When I say do well, like they send me my pocket money, they ensure that I'm good. So I remember, and then I was already in the media team in school, and right, I texted my dad on BBM then, and I was like, hi dad, hope you're doing okay. Please, I want to try to be independent somehow. I don't want to stress you so much. I'd like to get a camera. And then my father replied me, and he was like, finish your studies first. When I saw it, I don't know, I was heartbroken. I had this conversation with him 2 years ago. Like, I remember this was like 2010, right? I told him, and he was feeling bad somehow. But it was a kind of motivation for me though, because I became media director in my 200 level, and I was studying social work. And normally in school, then before you can become media director in school, you have to probably be studying mass communication or say physics or theater arts, just be in the art space. But I was doing a behavioral studies course, and I put in so much into it. I suffered. Don't worry, I suffered very well, right? There was somebody I learned from indirectly. Some people you will learn from them without them even know they are teaching you, right? While they are like using you. My guy then was my boss, but now I call it. He would, get, projects from the school. He would get paid. I would hear the gist of how much he was being paid. right? And then he'll call me to organize everything. It might be a week event. I would work like a madman, work, and I wouldn't even get anything. There was a day he drove me to my hostel after I, shot all through the day, and I was wearing Ankara that day. My car was dripping water, bro. Like it was dripping, and then he drove me to my hostel then, and I was like, I wouldn't call his name because I was watching the videos from my watch. Shout out to you, bro. And I was like, please, like, can I have water? And he said no, he wasn't going to give me the water. I hated him, but I was learning, right? But I mean, I was learning. Now it started from I got the motivation from my dad told me no. I'm sure it wasn't coming from a bad place for him as a parent. He just felt face what I've sent you to school to do, right? But me trying to help, him think and trying to follow my passion, I I was motivated. I went into it and entered like a madman. Now 300 level, I mean, I was still media director, and then I had people because then I was young. I don't know. I never, when people after secondary school, you chill for like 4, 5 years first, and before you not get into school. Me, mine wasn't like that. Mine was I finished second. My voluntary service was 3rd of August, and then 8th of September I resumed school. So I was still like a very small boy. I was one of the youngest in school then. So while in the technical group, media space, I had people who were like 10, 15 years older than myself, like OGs. Some were married, and it was a little bit hard. Well, I don't know, it was not really hard for me, Sha, but it was tough to have them do things because as a director, you're just trying to ensure that everything is going well. You wouldn't really do filming by yourself. You wouldn't really do the actual things yourself. You're just controlling everything, right? And then the governor will come to school then, and he didn't like me because I always gave him troubles, and he just gave me he didn't give me access to things I should have access to. Now remember I said parents, right? That's one. Then two is um little or no technical know-how. What I mean is access to things to learn, knowledge, yeah. During where me I was, I didn't have access to. I learned things indirectly, right? I learned things indirectly on the job, right? There's a gift I have right now, and I know where the gift came from, or the talent, or whatever it is. I can think on the go, on the spot. I can do that. Like I like problems because in school then it was more of live production, and you know what live production is like. Like everything, your 1 second means a lot to you. You can't make mistakes at all, and issues will always happen. So when there's a problem, I mean, what's the next solution? The camera is out. Okay, the cable is giving you issue. Okay, I'm done with that camera. What's the other cameras will have there? Do you understand? So that's for me. I mean, and if someone like me is say 1 out of 200 persons. So if there is no like avenue such as this conference that is happening right now, I mean now we have more of it. You can take master classes, you can do that online. But like challenges I faced then, there was nobody to really teach us like that. So you have to by your own self see how to make the turn negativity into positivity. Thank you very much.
Hi again. Okay, so me, I can assure you that I did not go through a lot of problems. But yeah, I would say branding. I'll continue from where Mr. Roddy stopped. Branding was an issue. Pricing was also an issue. So even up until what year was that? 2018. I went for a workshop with Aham, and the conversation still steered towards branding and pricing. And he kept telling us that you you show people how to treat you. Like whatever you do in life, you show people how to treat you. So how you brand yourself, how you perceive yourself, or how you perceive your work, that's how people will take it as well. if you look at your work, a lot of people go through imposter syndrome. It's not me, I went through it. Let me not lie. Like I look at my work and I wonder why would somebody pay a certain amount to me to do this? That there's so many other people that are way better than I am. But I overcame that with a conscious effort on my part and training. Let me not lie. I went through a lot of training to overcome imposter syndrome. And I know that a lot of photographers, in fact, a lot of creatives go through it. For pricing, I always, so Aham taught me something. He taught me that every year he looks at his work, he looks at his body of work, all the places, every work he did in that year, and then he asks himself if it is time for him to up his price. And I started doing that. So on a yearly basis, I look through my works and I decide, is it time? Should I do this? And all of that. So that has helped me. That was part of the challenge I went through. I yes. So back to you, supporting parents. My mom always looked at me like, in fact, she called people in front of me, and my daughter doesn't have a job. So yes, we all go through, like, as a creative, it's something that most of us went through. But we thank God for Mr. Body and the other people that came before us that helped us like pave a way so we can fly. Right now,
As stakeholders,
I wasn't saying anything.
as stakeholders, and sorry, sir, I'm coming back to you first. How do you think parents can be educated? I mean, the the younger generation, I think the bulk of our problems is convincing our parents that we want to go into this creative industry. So how do you think we can better convince them that this is what we want to do?
It's quite a very simple question. Basically, just do what you do. Because the truth about it is that it doesn't matter. You have your life. You understand? You have your life. They have lived or they are living their life. It's not being rebellious. You understand? But parents have to understand that their children are there. And as I say, it also boils down as well. When a client says, I want it this way, you know it's not supposed to be so. But this is where you want it. But what you do is that, okay, do it their way. Do you understand? Do it their way and then do your way. Then present both and let them be the decider of it. Do you understand? You're talking about parents. I didn't mention that as a challenge, but imagine the sort of challenge that it was to me. It was unbelievable. You know, I have a BSc estate management from Insigna. And anytime my dad introduces me, he said that this is my son. He is a graduate of the University of Lagos, estate management. And I'm looking at him like this. Okay, you know, what convinced him, let me tell you what convinced him was that his friend that he held in high esteem called him like, I was on an international flight and I saw your son inside the screen, the TV, in-flight TV. Your son, they were interviewing him and he was talking big grammar. And I saw his works, international flight. So he looked at me like, so he was saying that, yes, that's my son. That's my son. You get the point? When he kept looking down on me until I bought my first car. I bought my first car. And then, when you was that was quite some time. When was that? 1990 something, I can't remember. I bought my first car. Then afterwards, what happened? I decided I was going to get married and I was moving out. He looked at me like, you're moving out, you're getting married? unbelievable. And that's exactly the issue. You have to do your thing. China actually
to be like her. Dr. is seated at the back there. Mr. Kola is here. I'm sure there are a lot of parents that have walked up to you to say, my child must learn photography. You know, all that is changing. For several years, I've been going to a summer camp, 500 kids, teens, sorry. And then after every class, their parents call me, they get my number, and then in my mind, I'm like, even in church, I see parents walk up to me that, my son, like someone last week, someone was like, my child, I'm like, how old? I want him to start early, he's 10. And I'm like, no, let him, please, I don't want anybody that will stress me. Just let him grow small. So it's changing compared to when I told my mom I wanted to do photography. I studied engineering at University of Lagos. When I told my mom I wanted to do photography, my mom cried. My mom called her brother in the abroad. He called me and said, you better take your CV and go and meet my friends in Nigeria. I've called them, they'll give you a job. And I told him, I said, no, uncle, I want to, this is what I've loved to do. And then my uncle told me that, don't ever call me to beg me for money for anything. Okay? But today, my uncle calls me every week. In fact, I used to miss his call. I will not call him back. Video call. He will call me again because things have changed. I want to say something to everybody here. It's a process. All right? Don't try to jump it. What a lot of young people are doing now is you want to jump the process. See, my first camera, I've had people look at me like, what? My first camera was a Nikon D60. I bought it fairly used. And listen, in 2005, fairly used. All right, Oshodi. Before they moved to Arena, when it was Oshodi on that bridge. Listen, I couldn't pay the guy full money for it. It was 60,000 naira, fairly used. All right, I paid him 3 times. I don't know if you have ever done in the market. I deposited 20K. Then I ran work. After like a month, it took me 4 months to pay for that camera. 60K. But now, let me even brag small. I just bought a lens that cost about 1.850 this week, and I paid once. So what am I saying? Please, it is a process, all right? There are ups and downs, but just put your mind at it. Collaborate. You don't have to have everything, all right? Make friends, network with people. Somebody might have something, come together, all right? And then just make the thing work. It's a process, but just put your mind at where you are going to. And I trust you will get there. That I have gotten to this far, so that put your mind at it and you will get it. All right, thank you.
You mentioned collaboration twice. You mentioned that you traveled to the US to collaborate. No, to the US to collaborate. How do we go about this? Now, the thing is, before creatives collaborate like that, you first check yourself like, my gadgets are they bad enough? Am I on the same level with this guy? There are so many things to look into. So, how would you advise that we go about collaboration?
Okay, so collaboration is not just about collaborating with the photographer. Okay, it's not hard because the fashion designer needs pictures. All right, the makeup artist needs pictures. But please know your level. Okay, know your level. Don't go to who that is that person. Don't go to Bakari and say you want to collaborate with him. So you have to know your level, all right? And then why am I saying that is, if you go to a top designer or you go to Tara, makeup artist, and then you go to Tara herself and you say, I want to collaborate with you, man. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let it be a process. Look for a makeup artist that is on your level, that is starting, all right? Let it be a process. Just keep building. You see that one day when the big one sees your work, they will be the one to reach out to you. That's how it works. But I see some of you. I I look at my DMs and then there are a lot of messages. I get a lot of DMs. So I have a page called I Shoot Runway. All right, that's my fashion. I love to shoot runway. That's the person I'm working for. You know, you meet her to get the pictures from her. Please, because when whatever seed you sow in life, you reap it somehow. So just don't bother. See, your clients will come to you.
I was just there like, I don't say blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus, because we shall going now. Now I finally get to the because on the bike I just kept on cleaning my eyes like because water was coming out from my eyes. Yeah? So now I get to the place, and then the brief I got in the beginning, in fact, not like anything, he just told me he wants to just shoot some. He didn't want me in his church. He wants to just shoot one fast. No, I get there. It was opposite from what was going on, but I had to do what I had to do still. Now it was the end of the event, and then okay now, Shukuma, can hear me, and then Shukuma was like, okay, I should hold on. You want to get the 10K, you give it to me, and then I was chilling. I was angry because how did I come from Ibadan to this place for what? Did you get so Shukuma came, he gave me 5K. That well, I'm not worried. He gave me 5K. That hold on, don't worry, don't worry. I didn't say a word because if I talk, and I swear I go swear for the guy. So now he dropped me at the park. I was so angry, yeah. Then I took another bike again from wherever that was in Agbara to mile 2. You see that, and it was Aboki. That Aboki was firing. I mean, I knew it shouldn't be my life was at risk on that bike, yeah, but I liked it because at the vex. I wanted to just get to just I had my backpack with me, yeah, my camera and lens and stuff were inside it. So I was just there like, okay, guy, right on. I'm loving this. The breeze was in zoom. Then all of a sudden, yeah, a car in front, just because I was on the express, right? So a car in front just like slammed his brake for no reason. I mean, I don't know. Then the bike guy just like swerved like zoom. Now remember, I have a backpack. There's a backpack behind me. So the bag made me lose balance. And bro, I've never had an accident before. That was the first. You see, I landed on the floor. You know those when you're watching like action movies, and then things, person fly like. I landed on the floor, like my jeans tore. Any scar on my body now, like this one I did was on the accident. Do you understand? And then it was crazy. I mean, till today, maybe if Chukma will call me tomorrow, shall have I gotten home? Because he never called me, right? So there's some kind of collaboration, and I did it because I mean, he's my guy. Do you get so for some persons, like if you're coming together to collaborate, it's because there is a there's trust and there's a major goal. Do you understand? There's a major goal. If you're my guy, you're coming to me, let's collaborate. Okay, how am I? What am I gaining from this? What are you bringing to the table? What am I bringing to the table? Forget the old guy. Let me just see something. God, I suffered. You agree, Abi? That 5K that he gave me, I had to add to the money to treat myself. Do you understand? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. But then, like these little things, you have to go to be very honest in life. You need to go through some experiences. I'll give another one that is crazy. I don't used to say these things anyhow, right? Because I look like I'm a little bit posh, but things I don't go through, nah, Chris. Now there was an event that happened in Eco Hotel. I can't remember. It was David O, Tiwa Savage, and Fino. Jesus. Went there. I came to Lagos. I wanted to attend the event because I wanted to see how live production worked at events. Right. I wanted to just watch it and see what how it worked. And then I came to Lagos, came to my guy's house in Ikotum. Then we went together. Now the PR guys, people were in charge of the event, the PR, like they're my guys. So I mean, I didn't have to like pay so much money. They had tickets, and after the event, we could stay at Eco hotels too with them and stuff like that. The event was good. I learned. I was watching. Okay, this camera, this is crane, this is camera. Okay, I was learning. Now event finished. I don't know what a demonic spirit entered my guys to tell me let's be going home. We didn't drive to the place, so right. And this was about 2:30. Right. I don't know I didn't know Lagos at the time. And I believe that if you're my guy, you're living in Lagos. If you tell me let's enter fire, I will enter the fire with you because I believe you know your way around the fire. So now we get in the car from Eco Hotels, carries us to Marina. We get down 3 a.m. in Marina, and then the cab that dropped us went away. Okay, now, Wale, shout out to you if you can hear me. Now, there was nothing going on in Marina. Everywhere was dry. I'm like, okay, what's up? What's your update? He said there'll be bus in at that junction. Bus 3 a.m. No alarm. We were walking. All of a sudden, we started hearing voices like coming close to us. Right? Voices are coming close and like ray of lights. So it's like there were a group of persons walking. Right. So all of a sudden, we just saw them in front, like 12 to 15, holding like cutlass and stuff like that. So immediately I saw that, I just turned. Let me show you how I turned. So we're walking in front. Because I just said, Wale, 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 Wale. And then started walking back. Those guys didn't see us at the time. So as we're walking back, trying to find a place to be at, I was thinking, I'm like, how did I get myself here? I was not thinking, like, can we sharply see a hotel or something? Or finally, we sharp found like a place where the homeless people and beggars will usually stay. Me, fine boy, I was very vintage, mad outfit. I went to sit down with them, like just join them like that. So as we were there, these guys were coming, close to us still. And then the somebody just flashed lights on our side. Somebody just flashed lights to us, and then the person said in Yoruba, I'll translate it. The person said, one person meaning that if those ones don't mean anything because they thought they were like beggars and stuff like that. That's what somebody replied and said, how do she man so say they can't one job? Meaning that why would you say that? Let's go and meet them. Bro, my heart was in my mouth. As they were coming, like the first day there, because I stood up, I'm like, hey Joe, wait. This was like 3:30. And then the leader just said, Edro, MIT Shawan. Do you know what that means is wait, don't push out them yet. Push out who? On top say I had a good night. I wanted to watch what was like passion was driving me then. I was not really in the business of the whole like it was just all passion. I had to show him like my tag, like this is the hotel and everything. Before they said I showed them my ID card. They now left. You see, from like 3:45 till 5, I was married no Broad Street, where the building that has that clock thing. I was just checking the time, like tick, so tick. I wanted to die. But you see, this experience, these things, sometimes I feel you have to go through like a learning process. Some people usually off inside the learning process. Like me, I could see these two experiences happening now. It's the grace of God. But you just have to. You shouldn't be happy. But you just have to. Once passion, the truth is, once passion is involved, you will do the weirdest things. Like you can spend. Look at him. He said when he went to the US for a collaboration, he didn't have too much money. Yeah, Turkey. He didn't. So many of us, we use our last card to buy a gadget. Me, I did this so many times. I will just call my mother then. Papa, please borrow me like 400. I want to add it to this month. I want to buy a. Do you understand? Because I know that okay, this is me feeling my passion, and it was really a business, and I could make the money back. Once passion is involved, you will do the weirdest things. Do you understand? So, once passion is involved too, it will push you to collaborate. When you just want to collaborate, make sure that it's something that has sense. Do you understand? It's very important. Let the person have sense, please. Thank you.
So, how have you benefited from collaboration? No bad stories. How have you benefited?
I'm sorry, I didn't even have anything close to what he has gone through. Okay, so for me, collaboration has actually it has worked to my favor in a lot of ways. Take for instance, when I first started, I had this makeup artist. So I try my best to find like a core team when when I want to do a shoot. So, for instance, like a test shoot, I think of who I think would be best to do the makeup and who would be best to do the hair. I have a couple of people that I work with on a regular. Like, I had this makeup artist, and she did the makeup for a particular shoot. It was a collaboration. Then she brought a friend of hers that makes what's this ashoke. So when the friend came, I told her, ah, that's it. Us like this, both of us were collaborating. The other person, I don't really know her, so she needs to pay something. I think she paid like 10,000 naira then to do the shoot. So after the shoot, like a year down the line, she was getting married, and she called me. Oh, babes, what's up? I remember you're a photographer. Please, I'm getting married. Come and do my wedding and all of that. And she paid good money, like very, very good money itself. I'm not like. And so that was one thing that collaboration did for me. It brought me in touch with like different people. Now, if I want to do like a local, if I want to do like a local idea, if I want to shoot a local idea, I know who to call. If I have clients that are looking for a showcase or something, I know who to call because, oh well, we are connected in a way. Um, then, so for me, how I see collaboration is kind of like a ship. We're all working towards the same place, towards the same goal. Everybody has their own department. But as the photographer, I see myself as the captain of the ship. It's not, I think, so everybody is working together to make a certain thing look great, the way they see it in their head. That's how I see collaborating with people. So the makeup artist is the head in her own department. If I tell her, oh, I want, for instance, I had a shoot and I wanted something very creative and colorful. And I knew it will all tie down to the makeup artist. For the model's hair, it just had to be all back because we wanted her face to pop. And up till today, I think that was my best beauty shoot. The makeup artist, I had to reach out to other photographers to see if they had a makeup artist that could do exactly what I wanted. And the makeup artist we got, she literally sat in her room and did her own face to try out the makeup to see if she could get it the way I explained to her. And when she came, I was really praising her that, that you're really good, though. You're badass, so and all of that. And she was like, that is not as if she just woke up and was badass. She actually sat down to try it out on her face. And it came out well, which was why she came to do it with me. So it's just a collaboration to me is just like working together to get a common goal, to get a beautiful common goal at the end of the day, and everybody should benefit from it. It's not just the photographer that is going to benefit. The makeup artist is showcasing herself. The hairstylist is showcasing he or herself. The stylist is showcasing their own work, but you're all working together to create something. That's how I see collaboration.
So finally, Mr. Bob, you've been in this game for the longest here. So how have you benefited, sir, from collaboration?
To tell you the truth, that was our major problem because we didn't really have people. So that was an issue. And because of that, the idea of, okay, let's so person come together, so person, so because everybody was trying to find their footing. You understand? Everyone was trying to find their footing. There was a time where, because of people under Don Barber's tutelage, we came out, did the depth of field. I was even one of the people that, was supposed to be inside, but I traveled out of, I traveled. And because of that, I couldn't really, and then that's when I started wedding and redefining the wedding industry. So the rest of them were not doing wedding. So I had enough wahala with wedding, creating wedding. So I couldn't have the time for them because I remember TY wanted to just do portraiture. Kelechi wanted to do, what they call it, commercial and all of that. Amazing was more or less a try to be arty. Uche James Roa was art to the core. So, but I was the only one that was more or less like wedding and trying to, commercialize it. So I couldn't be part of them, but I was wishing. So with that, that was a good collaboration they had, and it had some exhibitions. So those were the first issues we had, right? But as time went on, I realized that collaboration, especially in this generation, I had to give this generation thumbs up because they sat back. Because I look at people from um, Emmanuel Oyeneke and a whole lot of them, Bio and the rest of the people that we actually encouraged all of them. What they now did was that, can we compete with these guys? We can't. So what they now did was that let's all come together and present ourselves. So that was a plus they had, and I love the way they did. And you know, when they get into a jam, they call us and say, okay, what do you think? And that was exactly it. So collaboration is key. You know, one thing I always tell people, evolution keeps occurring. There was a time whereby you become jack of all trade. You know, you have to do wedding, you have to do still life, you have to do portraiture, everything. But as time went on, you need to specialize and perfect yourself. If you're doing wedding, stick with wedding, perfect yourself in wedding, portraiture, stick with it. Then, at this point, people have started perfecting themselves. Now, this is the time by which you will now collaborate with each other, whereby you have the makeup artist that's perfected herself, you have the still life photographer that's doing portraiture, then you now come together. Just as I said, people of like minds come together, fine tune everything, and make sure that you understand what each person is benefiting from and begin to go a step further. He does filming, awesome, storytelling, collaborate with the photographer, collaborate with the makeup artist, go into skits, go into short movies, go into all sorts of things. Now, I remember very well I talk about one of the major collaborations we could have. It's actually begin to take pictures for stock. There are different genres of photography in Nigeria, from still life, those people that do documentaries. Begin to get your photographs together and begin to put them together so that you can have the stock. For instance, now I am a founder of a stock a website, Photo Stock, www.NigerPhotostock. Now, I remember there was a session with Kelechi, and he mentioned and he told everybody that it's very difficult. Yes, it's difficult to actually get that stock website, but we were able to set it right, and begin by test running it and running it. In not too long from now, we'll begin to get other photographers involved. That is why I tell people that please stop posting your images online for free. Do you understand? Imagine everybody stops doing that. You'll find out that you don't get images anymore online for free. You actually have to now get and contact the photographers and begin to get those things together. And as you begin to do those things, you will find out that your value begins to go up, and then what happens? Collaboration begins to occur, and things happen more and more. So that's the future. The future of photography in Nigeria is collaboration. Kelechi mentioned it, and everybody mentioned it. You have to begin to come together. Now, events, exhibitions, if you guys have like mind, you do exhibitions together, you begin to do stuff together. Together, we are going to move mountains in Nigeria. And that's
All right, thank you. And on that note, we come to the end of the session. We'll take one question, just one question. Any question? All right.
Good afternoon. So my question is direct. How do you calculate? Because yeah, how do you calculate niche? How do you specify? Because as startups, you have to try and test every other thing. Or sometimes along the line, you can be good in two or more than one thing. So how do you specify?
identify that this is what I do, that this is what I want to keep. Okay, very brief because I need to run somewhere. So for some people, it's your clients that will help you. Okay? When people start contacting you more for weddings, when you have wedding portraits, everything out there, then you should begin to turn towards wedding because people are contacting you more and you are banned for weddings and you abandon wedding, you want to own a studio by force, by fire. It will be a problem for you. So you understand? Pay attention to what your clients are saying. That will help a lot. Thank you.
Ask question.
Sorry, I have two questions to ask. Number one, based on collaboration. I have a friend that we collaborate, but there's a challenge I do have with him. For instance, there's an event, and I called you to come and shoot as a shooter, and you just post online without consulting me. It creates an issue, and there is a point in time I can't shoot myself. I want to post online. I called you, shoot me. At the end of the day, you post my image on your Instagram page. It creates an issue. Now that is number one thing. How do we handle in situation like this? Number one. Number two, I was on my one event, a security officer in Nigeria, and they called me. It was a tough meeting. That you are the only photographer that will be shooting in this event, and we don't want this image to go online. I agreed to the extent that the entry was so strict. So if you don't have an invite, you can't enter. I was there, we shoot, we do all a lot of things. So after the event, 3 or 4 months later, they got one of the image online. I was called. It was so tough, sir. It was so tough. Then I found myself in Abuja. But at the end of the day, they were able to track the image. It was not for me. Why? I always use watermark on every image I post online, and of which I don't even allow anybody to edit the picture except me. So in situation like this, if not for wisdom and prayer, I don't know where I will find myself. In situation like this, in security threats, in this our job, like they do say yesterday seminar, you need lawyer, you need accountant, you need police officer. You need them. You need them. But there are some situations like that. Photography is very more sensitive than what we think. It's just like a doctor. There are some things that is privacy that you can't reveal. Like when a doctor calls you, come and shoot in a theater, there are some images that you must not reveal outside. So in a situation like this, in security threats like this, how can we do it? How can we handle it? Thank you.
Straight up, if you don't trust your second shooter, don't use the person. 1. 2, if you have to use the person, get memory cards. That's the best way. All right. When the person comes in with his camera, give him your card. And then, as you're done, collect your card. Finish.
All right. Thank you very much. We come to the end of the session.
The security. I need to. How you said they tracked who?
One of the invitees snapped. So mistakenly, he sent his friend that look at this event that we attended. It was so wow. So from there, the other person was like, "Oh, I love this event." He posted it online.
So for that, I don't really think there is anything that can be done. All right. Now, see when you are shooting wedding and then you have you are the professional photographer, then you have 50. Like some people, I've even at the wedding when somebody's recording from the beginning to the end. And in my mind, I'm like, that must be 10 terabytes on that phone. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's really nothing you can do. But what I always tell people is, for some high-profile events, please know who you are calling. If you are not going to be the only person to shoot, all right? I'm different. And then we were talking about it yesterday with color and all. See, some people have policies, and then they stick to it. Some people are cultured for certain things. You don't have to chase them to do the right thing. All right? You don't have to. And then a lot of my friends call me class captain. And then this is because you're going to turn right in front. Why do you wait till when you get to where you turn right to indicate you are going right when you're driving? So things like that get to me. So I always tell people, please, in dealing with people, be careful. All right? When you get close to someone, you know. Unless you don't want to know, you will know. You have an idea of what the person can do and what the person cannot do. So be careful. Then try to, if you have to get someone to sign, it's important. All right? If you have to get someone to sign, if the person is going to work with you, let the person sign. If it's a client, if you have to, I did a shoot for a high profile music, person recently. And then, after they begged, cut my price, begged, and I showed up at their house for the shoot. And then they brought something for me to sign, and I said, oh, sorry, I'm not going to sign it. The woman looked at me and the PO was like, let me tell my boss. Then she tells her boss that he said he won't sign it. And she was like, I think maybe they were looking at me like upcoming, And I told them I won't sign it. And I was going to walk out of shoot. Then they had to talk with me and I had to tell them, I said, see, there are certain things you have in the document that what I expected you to have done is send it to me. I'll give it to my lawyer to read it. If you don't have a lawyer friend, they have a way of knowing those things when they sit. Okay. Yes, they have. They are paid. They are giving me an advance. Yes, so I can actually walk out. And then when I say walk out is, I have terms and condition on if you contact me and say you want me to shoot, which I would say everybody should do here. If you contact me and say you want to shoot, there's something I sent to you. All right, and then when I send it to you, it's written there. In fact, if you cancel the shoot that you have paid for on me, you lose 50%. It's written there. It used to be 30, but I was like, no, I think I'm being nice. I want to move it to 70% soon. So that before you cancel on me, you would think 70% of 500,000. Should I cancel? You understand? So you need to do that for people. So they had paid me and I was going to walk out, and then they knew what consequences. Because you should have told me. And also we agreed, and then I told them, I said, I will sign it because you are a gospel, very big, one of the biggest gospel artists. I said, I will sign it because you are a gospel artist, but please don't do this to another photographer. Okay? Do not do this. Thank you.
Round of applause. Everybody here. Thank you very much.
Trust me. Okay, so did you see the person I was talking about yesterday? Is this a deja vu? Is this a deja vu? I called you yesterday. Actually, the person I was talking about, I was like, this person was sitting here with a suit. This is a deja vu. I called you yesterday. Now when you here? How far? I'm fine. I'm good. Say that you wait on it. Yes, but you don't wait on it.
journey for about 12 years, and I'm glad to be here. So I always like to get to know the people I'm talking to. So I would like to meet at least two or three people. Very brief. Introduce yourself and what you hope to get out of this class, or one cogent issue that you're facing that you'd like to solve. So who would go first?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Billy Yadis. I'm an event photographer for now, and I would like to know how I can sustain my business because I want to go into more depth in business of photography. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Someone else?
Hello, morning. My name is Atrust and Kim. I am a portrait and event photographer. Okay, so I would like to know um, the the right time to start putting like this expected price range for your services. Because a lot of time I tend to have issues on going back and forth with clients when I decide to like up my price, and so many of those clients are like very used to like the old price. So when is the right time to really stand and say, okay, I want to.
Um, I am Bukomi Fakobi. I'm a researcher and a photographer. But researcher first. I want to know how to build a sustainable photography business, how to attract clients from a researcher's point of view, researcher's point, not a photographer.
Thank you so much. All right. So you're welcome once again. My name is Jokotade Shonowo, and I'm a portrait and wedding photographer, amongst other things. But those are the two major things that I do. Okay. So I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think it's really possible to build a dream photography business? Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible? Yes. Who doesn't agree with us? Does anyone disagree? Someone is nodding. I think you disagree. Okay, so yes, it's possible to build a dream photography business. However, it requires a lot of work. It's not a walk in the park. It's not just something that is going to happen overnight. It's not something that is going to happen if you don't move the needle in your life, in your business, in your work. So if you just sit on your hours and just think, it's just going to fall right into my lap, then sorry, the dream photography is never happening. Okay? So making that dream photography business happen involves a lot of work. And it starts from the little things. We have the next one. Next one. Okay. So the next one. Okay. Next one. Okay. The what, how, yes. All right. So there are a couple of things, and I mean for this class, I'm just going to show you like the basic things that you need to know because we really can't go in depth, right? So the first question you need to ask yourself is, what do I really want out of this? So you have told yourself, I want to become a photographer. Why do you want to become a photographer? Why have you chosen this path? Are you doing it because you see that XYZ is making money from it? Or because that you're really good at it? Is that why you're doing it? Or is it the only way out for you? Do you see it as a means to an end? Is it a gift you feel like God has placed upon you to use to solve people's problems? You know, Why? Why did you choose photography? And these are questions that you need to answer for yourself because it has different meanings to different people. For some people, it makes them, happy. For some people, it's an avenue for them to express themselves. But for some people, it's just a way to make money. And most of the time, if money is your drive, I'm sorry, you're going to get frustrated. Because first, you need to enjoy what it is that you do, and all other things would follow. Okay? So the other thing you need to do is verify your interests. I'm sure that as we're all here, the only thing that unifies us right here is photography, right? But I'm sure that every other person, everyone also has other interests. Some people like to write. Some people, have the gift of gab. They can speak for days. Some people can write stories really well. Some people can draw. Some people are good at dancing, right? So we all have gifts and talents. Some people are good at organizing things. So we all have different gifts and talents that God has placed, in our hands. Okay? So you need to look at it and say, how do I know that this is the right thing for me? Is this the one that I want to develop now? Do you understand what I'm saying? So out of all of your gifts, you're looking at it that, okay, so is this the most prominent one for me that I need to develop on? And if the answer is no for you, if it's just a case of, it's just one of those things, you're not super interested, I would advise you to opt out and come back at another time when you're serious about it. Or you can just do it jokingly on the side. Do you understand me? All right. So another thing is, how did you come to the decision? This part is so important because we want to verify the reason why you're coming in here. We want to make sure that it's not peer pressure. We want to make sure that it's not follow. We want to make sure that you're making that decision consciously, such that every obstacle you encounter along the way, you're up to the task to surmount them. All right. And then the next thing you need to ask yourself is, how am I going to navigate this terrain? Because there's a lot to know, there's a lot to do in this industry. All right. So, next slide. So the first thing is, after you decided and clarified that you want to do photography, okay? Good afternoon. Thanks, sis. All right. So the next thing you want to do is your industry research. Okay? Who was here for the panel session that we had? Aha, you remember the word research, right? It was a major thing that we talked about, that you need to do your research. So as you're coming into the photography industry, you can't just come and walk in blindly, and just think that everything is going to go well. You need to do your due diligence, like, look into the industry. Okay, this is photography, yes. How many genres of photography are there? The list is endless. At least we know of 15 or more, right? So you decide the exact genre of photography or a couple of genres that you want to explore. And in fact, I'll advise that you explore everything and then find the ones that you do so well, so that you're also not, and we'll get there later or not, depending on time, so that you don't become desperate leaning into just one. Did we hear that? So explore the different genres of photography that there are. Look for a couple that you do so well, right? So even if you want to be known as a food photographer, please still learn how to do wedding photography so that you can second shoot, so that you won't be hungry on days that you don't get food photography. Do you understand me? In the end, you're still taking pictures. So you have a couple of things. Don't just say, no, immediately I'm going to niche. Boom. No. don't just niche immediately. Explore the different genres that there are. Also, make it a duty to know who the key players are in your industry. You don't want to go somewhere now and then you're just feeling like, yes, I've arrived. So I've arrived now and then because my vision is so big, then I'm going to dominate. Nah. Yes, you can dominate in the long run, but you have to acknowledge that some people have gone ahead of you. Some people are there already winning in this game. So you need to make it a point of duty to know who the key players are. If it's possible, build a relationship with them. And if it's possible, nurture that relationship. And if it's possible, even learn from them, train with them. There's so many of them who have like education communities where they teach upcoming photographers. Gazmado Education is one of them. Emmanuel Oyeleke's TTL is one of them. There's so many Nigerian photographers that are coming up with theirs as well. Do you understand me? So please make it a point of duty to know the key players in your industry and learn from them. Also, get familiar with the industry standards. I know that in Nigeria, we might not necessarily have standards per se, but I'm sure that when you start to talk to certain people, you would start to hear certain things that people repeat, even if it's not in your direct industry. Look outside Nigeria. What are the standards there? You can import them and make it your standard here as well. There's certain things that I started to incorporate into my business at a certain time. And people were like, hello, where do you think you are? This is not America. And I'm like, yes, I know this isn't America, but this is my standard right here. And guess what? At first, they're going to fight it. But over time, when you become persistent and consistent, people will start to listen to you. But in addition to that, don't forget to add value and make them crave for what it is that you create. That's also important because if you have a product that isn't viable, nobody is going to want to buy it from you. Do we agree? And as photographers, to make our products viable, we have to make sure that it's desirable by the client. It solves a problem for the clients, and it puts them in a better light, pretty much. Because as photographers, we solve image issues for people. That's what we do. In case you don't know, because a lot of people have image problems. People want, and in this day and age where everything is online, right? People meet you online first before they meet you in person. So what we do as photographers is we help people position themselves, in the best light possible before people even get to see them or before they speak to them. So the photographs we create of them is like a first handshake, that you give to someone when you meet them in person. That's what the photos do. So with the photos, they're looking at you that, you boy Shiri, no. It looks responsible. It looks like somebody I can do business with. Maybe. And that's what we do. We build perception, basically. So if you don't think that as a photographer that you're solving a problem for people, please know that today we are solving problems for people. All right? So the next one is after you have, researched the industry to see what X, Y, Z, A, B, C is doing. Now look for loopholes in the industry. What are the gaps that these people are not filling? Do I make sense? And I'll share an example, right? So I had my daughter in 2014, and before then, I had started shooting a number of weddings, right? And by the time I returned, I realized that I wasn't getting a lot of inquiries for people to ask me to come and shoot their weddings. So I was wondering, what's going on? I don't get it. In fact, I just thought, okay, let me lower my price and see if, it will make people book me. But I did that and it was still the same. So I was just like, wait, what was going on? I was a bit confused. So at some point, I just told myself, you know what? If this wedding is not going to be the route anymore, remember I told you that keep your options open so that you don't become desperate at any point in time. So if they call me for corporate work, I would go and shoot for this company. They'll call me to come and do they want to do a company brochure. Oh, yeah, come and shoot it. Do you know how to shoot it? Yes. My confidence is on 100. Even if I can't do it, I will tell you that I can do it. Then I will go and research, right? And see how I am going to get it done. Okay? And if it even means that I'm going to collaborate with another photographer friend of mine to get that work done, I would go that route. Okay? So I'll say, yes, I can do it. And on that job, I'm reading product photography and company brochure. How do I go about it? Do you understand me? I go to websites, or maybe I'll look at the company here in Nigeria, look for a synonymous company abroad, go to their websites and go and look at how they have packaged themselves. Because the truth is that everybody wants to position themselves a certain way, which is why they are using photos to do this. All right. So you can ask them, so what are you looking for me to create for you? Give me a mood board. Based on their mood board, you have an idea of what it is they're trying to achieve, right? So now you're able to help them create. Okay? Anyways, what's the next one? All right. So decide on how you're going to position your service to solve problems for people. I think we've spoken about that already. You have to decide, okay, so now I've spotted the loophole in the industry. How do I want to position myself to solve this problem? Right? So who remembers when children photography wasn't a thing? Do you remember? But now everybody, even when they turn one, they turn two, three, four, five. Exactly. Somebody created that. It was a loophole. Do you understand me? So look for opportunities to make people spend money with you. You can never get tired of looking within, of seeing how you're going to, make people spend money with you. It's very important. Okay, I didn't finish my story from the first one. Yes. So what happened was when I realized that wedding wasn't the way anymore, and people started calling me for maybe their parties and whatnot. Maybe they're having a birthday, something small in the house. I would go in there, take pictures of them. But immediately they're done dressing up, I'll take a very nice picture of them. I'll take then I used to use a flash bracket that had to take like 3 speed lights and then a big reflector. So I put it in there and I had a couple of flashes. So just use it as like my studio lights. So I'll make sure I create a very nice portrait of them, for their birthday, and quickly try and retouch, and give it to them. And then slowly it became a thing that, when someone who saw what I did for that person will call me for the next person's birthday. And for some reason, I just gravitated to birthdays from weddings. Do you see how you create opportunities for yourself based on what you're going through? Because the truth is that we're all not going to go through the same thing at the same time in the same way, right? So you have to look for ways to create opportunities for yourself because there are ways to do it. All right. And it's also important, like I've said that before, for you to network within the industry. So when you go to events like this, the people that you sit with, be cautious to them, get to know more about them. Don't just only talk about yourself. Eh? Let's not be selfish. We know you know that your work is good. But don't talk about yourself. Try to learn about the other person. Ask questions. Be genuinely interested in the other person. And in another note, the notes that I would like to sound is while you're networking with people in your industry, and then someone gives you a chance to collaborate, it's very important that you apply ethics when you are dealing with any other photographer in business. And I'll cite an example. So I need someone now, and I call you on board to come for a wedding or for an event, and then you go to that event, someone at that event sees a picture that you take on your camera and asks you, oh, please give me your contact so that I can book you for a shoot. What would you do? Can someone tell me?
I will tell the person to make the person happy.
Thank you so much. That's the right thing to do. But a lot of people will become smart at that point in time. Say, this is my opportunity. And then give your own contact. No, you have no right to do that. Because you won't have been in that space if that person didn't invite you there. And guess what? Once you do that to that person, you've shown that person that you're a person of value, you're a person of respect. So that person will start to respect you and know that, this one is a keeper. And when there are opportunities, that person will not leave you behind because they know that you have their back. Same thing. If people are going to work with you, they should do this. So that kind of person, now you can call him and he will do the same thing back to you easily because he knows that that is how you roll. Do you understand me? So, it's very important for us to apply ethics in the business. There's a place for being smart. There's a place but in the long run, it makes no sense to just try and be smart for one day and then you ruin your reputation for life. Right. Okay? So let's have the next one. All right. So when it comes to ideating your photography business, it all starts in the mind, right? It starts first in your mind. How do you see yourself in this space that you have decided to come into? Are you in it for the long haul? Are you just here for now? Are you just doing it just to kill time? So these are questions you need to, you need to ask yourself. And it's important that you create that big picture in your mind because what your mind sees, it starts to believe. And when it starts to believe it, you start to walk, consciously in that direction to achieving it. So it all starts in the mind. And it's also very important for you to know that you also have to consciously have a growth mindset, to be able to thrive and face your challenges in the future because there will be challenges. Like you can't escape it. There will be challenges. So you need to have a growth mindset. And I would like for you to, go deeper and go and find out what does it mean to have a growth mindset. That means you're seeing everything as an opportunity. Even if it doesn't happen now, it will happen later. You're positive that things will work out eventually for your good. You don't get frustrated and quit. No, you try as many times as possible to break that door down and make sure it's open for you. Do you understand me? And that means that you start to solve problems, even things that don't directly, relate to you. In solving other things, you find answers and solutions for yourself. All right? Can we have the next slide? Okay. So what are the first things I want you to do after you have done all of these other things to clarify if this idea of photography is for you? So first, you need to craft a vision statement for yourself. All right? I'm sure we've heard it before. Vision, mission, core values. It's important. It's a statement, but it is very important. All right? Like, what do you want to become? How do you want your brand to be? I told you have a big picture in mind, right? So you see that big picture that you see, interpret it in words like it has happened now, and write it in present tense. It's more like an affirmation. Do you see? So craft your vision statement, your mission statement. That's like, your mission statement, you're trying to state how you're going to achieve, what you want, your purpose. And then your core values are also important. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why core values are super duper important because your core values is an extension of your own personal value, by the way. Do we know? All right. So it's an extension of your own personal value. So you can decide mine is truthfulness, honesty, integrity, quality, excellence, whatever it means to you, note it down. And trust me, these are the ways in which you're going to be treating your clients. And it's a promise to yourself, as well, and any other person that is going to come on board your business to work with you. Because it's not everybody you can start breaking their head every time to say, so this is what is going on in my mind. Have all of this documented somewhere. And it could play as part of your onboarding process. So somebody comes in newly to join you. So you just tell them, it can only be this the only one you have. So they know already that Mr. Tolu, if I'm coming to work with him, honesty is key to him, integrity is very important to him. He loves his clients. And when you love somebody, what do? You take care of them, right? You serve them. You answer all, you look for a solution to all their problems. All right. So it's important that you list out what your vision, what your mission statement is, and also your core values that you want to operate with going forward in your business. All right, can we have the next one, please? All right. So after dreaming big, it's important to dream big. But you need to also know that if you dream big and you don't set goals, then we are joking. And if you also set goals and you don't take action, still sleeping, right? That's why I said a lot of work goes into all of this. So it's important for you to know. So you can even set goals for yourself. Okay, so what do I even want to achieve? It can be big, it can be beyond you right now. And when I say dream big, like literally dream big. Don't put a cap on it. Don't. Because are you God? Are you God? You're not God. And everything is possible, with hard work, with prayer, consistency. It is possible. So dream big as your mind can fathom. Just dream big. And that big picture that you see, set the goals that match that big dreams. Do you understand me? So I'm not saying that you're going to achieve everything immediately, but at least it's a step in the right direction. All right. And then after you set those goals as well, take action. Because a lot of times, and I wouldn't say that I'm excluded, there's certain things, goals that you write down, you're not able to meet them. But still let it be on your goal list. One day you're going to cross and tick it off. Do you understand me? But the most important thing is that we want to always take action, you know. All right. So we're going into the thick of it now, which means after you've clarified all of these things that you want to do, you've thought about your big dreams, thought about how you're going to go about it, you've set all your goals and everything. It's important that as a photographer, even if you're a freelancer, it's important that you have a business plan. I'm sure we've all heard of the business plans, right? And it's something that we take for granted. And the truth is that it doesn't have to be this big, lofty document. There are a few questions that you just need to answer. Define what your business is. Who is your business? If I meet you now and say, tell me about your business, have you curated or crafted how you're going to describe it to me? Can anyone here describe their business to me quickly? What they do? Do I see any hands? Okay, someone wants to.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Boy. I'm a cinematographer. So I just need to describe my business in a very short form. My company, we are into storytelling. We're storytellers. And then we have creative directors, writers, cinematographers who you can actually put on your job and they will offer you what you want, 100%. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I love what you've done. You've told me exactly what it is to do. But in addition to that, when you're describing what it is that you do for people, also state the problem that you solve for them and the added value that they would get from working with you. Do you understand me? So it's important. For me now, I will tell you, I'm a portrait photographer. I'm going to create elevated versions of you through your photos that will position you for opportunities that you are due for. Who would hear that and not want to take a photo with me? Like, I'm telling you, I'm indirectly telling you that, okay, if it's Forbes you are going to, I'm the guy for you. If you are going to any, publication that is worthy, I'm the guy for you. In fact, in some of my descriptions, in fact, this process, I've done it time and over again, and I keep doing it. Another one I write is, I photograph discerning and accomplished individuals. See, I know I'm segregating. Yes, I want to segregate because I don't want to be for everybody. And you need to know who you are first to be able to do that. Yes, are we creating photos? And we're both creating photos. But I know the people I'm creating photos for. And the kind of people that I'm creating photos for, I know the kind of people that they are. I know their persona. I can feel their pulse. I know the kind of conversations that make them tick. Do you see now that this is beyond photography? So you need to understand the people that you want to create for and use that communication in describing your business. And I'm not saying you've achieved it yet, but you're on the journey to achieving it. And that's why it's a vision, right? And whatever it is you continue to say, continue to meditate upon, would eventually come to pass. Yes or no? Yeah. All right. So another thing you need to do is your market analysis and strategy. Photography is a business, just like every other thing. Just that it's not a product. It's a service, right? So you have to find a way. How do I market, this service to people? How do I market it? And then there's even a space for also, when it comes to sales, turning your service into a product so that you can position it better. Do you understand me? And command your worth for it. All right. So it's important to check the market. And what do you do in market analysis? It boils down to research. So look at what is going on. What are people doing? Even though, disclaimer, I'm of the opinion, I do not look at what people do, and it's intentional because what people do sometimes can derail you, right? Look at what your situation is. Make sure you go down to your is it your sheets, if it's your paper, do your cost of doing business by yourself. You're the only one who knows your predicament, yes or no? You're the one who knows that, okay, me, I don't have somebody that owns a house that can give me free space. So me, I have to rent. Okay, me, I have to go to somebody's studio. I cannot even afford to rent. I need to pay for studio time. You know what your cost of doing business is. So calculate it based off that. Add your profit margin. Do you understand me? Because a lot of photographers, they just, come out, Tolu is collecting 1K. Okay, me too, I'll do 1 2. Do you understand me? You can't do it that way. It's mediocre. It's mediocre. You need to know what your own situation is, what your true picture is, and then decide what you want for yourself. And stand apart, stand out. It's difficult because people just be like, people, I don't want to do the hard work. If you don't do that hard work, who will do it on your behalf? Do you want to hire a consultant to do it for you? Aha. All right. And also have a strategy. Like I said, choosing a couple of genres in photography is a strategy to making sure that you don't become desperate in the long run. Because I hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I'm doing this and people don't want to pay me and people are not paying and it's just all about money, money, money. Yes, we understand that money is important and we're all in business to make money. But it's also important to make sure that when you're building a business, you don't want to be desperate, because desperation reeks, and it's so, we can feel it. You can't hide it when you're desperate. And nobody likes to deal with someone who's desperate. And the people that probably deal with you will probably take advantage of you because they would see your value and they'll just be like, this one desperate, Jerry. Make I just offer him more peanuts. Do you understand me? And I always liken it to dating, right? When you see a girl you like, you're checking her consistently. She's liking the attention, right? Then, but she's not answering you. After some time, you pull back. And what happens? Can the guy tell me here what happens? Thank you very much. It's as simple as that. Of course. No, so you see, it's important. It's important that the girl gets to like you because you have a viable product. Do you understand me? If you are not someone of value as well, that girl is not going to like you. If you like, be gone for 100 years. She will not even know that you are gone. Do you understand me? So it goes both ways. So you need to give value first. For someone to think that, if I don't see this person anymore, if I don't have this person around me anymore, I'm going to be missing out on something. So it's important that you have a viable product. Like, please keep it in your left hand, because you can't say you want to rule a market or you want to dominate a place with a mediocre service or product. Then you are joking. It's not possible. So you owe it to yourself to go over your work and amplify the service that you offer. Like, what more can I do? What additional value can I create, for the people that I'm rendering this service to? All right? So also make sure that you have a sales and marketing plan. Don't just keep it to, and sales and marketing is not limited to Instagram alone, because I know that's what a lot of us rely on. There's referral. When you deal with one person, make sure that you leave that person with such a good impression that they're going to tell 10 or 15 other people about you. Do you understand me? And for me, that's one of my greatest, referral. Because I come in contact with someone, I connect with them. Once I connect with them, I make sure that the energy is positive throughout the shoot. I pay attention to everything that they want, from music to food to how they feel to helping them. We'll bend down and wear the shoes. If I tell people that come to work with me, please, if you cannot serve, you cannot work with me. Because I am here to serve my clients. I'm not here to form paparazzi. I'm not a big person in any way. I'm here to serve them. They are the reasons why I have a business. So if you serve someone, you make someone feel so special, so loved, so important. Would that person not want to come back to you? It's so simple. So look at that. You can also go through the normal traditional route of, marketing, and do not be scared to sell. A friend asks you, "Hi, I want to do this, Joko. So what is your rate?" Give them your rate. Give them your rate. So they're not going to say, Tolu, please, this is a lot. Can I get a discount? Yeah. And then eventually, when you're going to give them an invoice, state the original price and do a percentage discount that you are giving them based on the fact that you know me. I know I'm the one that gave you the discount, but it's because you know me. So that when you're telling the people that don't know me, you give them the actual price. You won't forget. You won't say, I forgot, because you didn't write it in the invoice now. Do you understand me? So they actually know the kind of favor that you have done for them based on relationship. Because the truth is that we need people. And first is our direct network that helps us first. Right? Your direct network, then you move into the network of your network, and then other people start to notice you that way. All right? Number 4, competitive analysis. All of this is business. Like I said, I do not necessarily look at what people are doing, but I hear that sometimes it's important that you look at what people are doing, you know. So maybe you can improve on yourself, you know, or you can see that you're doing something wrong, or you see that you're going overboard, all right? So that you don't price yourself out of the market and you don't underprice yourself as well. So always do a competitive analysis. Look around your zone and see, okay, what's happening in this industry? I don't do it. I'm just saying. All right. Also, have your management and organization, you know, description. You know, like this is how I'm going to be managing my business. So you create your policies. So when you come in, this is how I want people to feel. This boils down to your customer experience. You can craft it yourself. How do you want to serve your customers? How do you want people that work with you, you know, to work consistently in your business? You can be the one to write it out, and then people will follow it. All right? Product and service description. The product and services that you offer. It's important that you're able to describe it fully from top to bottom. So, you know, let them see everything that they're getting from you. So don't just say photo shoots, 1,000 naira. You put it there. 4 hours, blah, 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 blah. 12 retouched images, no raw images included, everything. So that you're not going back and forth arguing, you know, on what the deliverables would be after the picture. Because I'm sure one of the things that we all go through is raw pictures here. They would always fight you. But other photographer now, this one gave me my raw photos. I'll ask them, I'm like, ma, did you see your invoice? Will say yes. I said, did I state there that you're going to get raw photos? You say no. Say we don't give out raw photos. Finish. So it's important that you state clearly what your product, what the products that you're giving out to them, what their deliverables are. You know, describe in detail what you're giving to people, and the kind of service. If you're going to be serving them for 1 hour, what is your charge for 1 hour? What is your charge for 4 hours, for 6 hours, for the whole day? What are you charging me? You need to know. And then there's something that I also do at the beginning of the year when I'm doing like my forecast for the year. I add up all of my expenses, future expenses, even that I've not, spent, from trainings to gears to HR services, Facebook ads, even if I'm not going to do it. Do you understand me? But I'm going to put in all of those costs. Rent, subscriptions, do everything, add it all together. And at the very end, it gives me a total that I'm able to now break down to what my minimum daily rate should be, what my minimum hourly rate should be. And then on top of that, I'm now going to add my profit margin. So, it's important that we do all of this initial work so that you know that you're charging what is true to yourself. And that way, you won't be, you would have covered everything possible, without leaving anything, behind. The next one is an operating plan. So you need to know, okay, how am I going to be operating? If I'm doing this kind of work, maybe it's weddings, it involves a different procedure, right? Okay, you note it down. Okay, this is how I'm going to operate when I'm having a wedding. And this only just doesn't only apply to someone who has a studio, even if you are the only one. Okay, when I have a wedding, yes, I've booked the date. I'm going to book a second shooter. After I book a second shooter, I'm going to run them through a list of the way I like to capture images. Just so they know, because for that day they are on your team, right? Okay, when we get there, because these are my core values, this is the way they must work. I don't want you to go there and start carrying Hennessy and be dancing with them on the dance floor. Do you understand me? Because you don't want to be perceived as that kind of person. You want to show them that you are here to work and you care. And it could be that you are very strict with your time. Immediately your time is over, we'll unplug. But before you leave the event, please go and meet the celebrants and let them know that you're on your way out. So like little things like that. Curate it. I'm sure if you share that kind of document with somebody you're working with, would they not be more informed about the way you work. But a lot of us assume a lot of things, right? Um, Operations also, it doesn't only just end at where maybe you ending the party. So how do you go further with the work? How do you sort the work? How long are you going to take before you deliver to them? These are all things that you're supposed to even communicate with them before the event, or maybe before the portrait session that you're having with them. So all of these things, have it in the way you operate, and it can form it's part of your policies as well. So when people ask you, how do you work? You just send it to them. In fact, there was a client one day who was inquiring about a portrait session, and she just asked two questions, and I was just like, "Gosh, this looks like somebody that is very detailed." I just went to Canva. I wrote everything down, PDF'd it. I sent it to her. She was like, "Wow, thank you." And guess what? It formed a basis for me to always send that to new clients. So you don't have, I've covered everything for you. I've covered the delivery timeline. I've covered, if you need me to expedite your delivery, this is how much it costs. If you need me to do XYZ, this is how much it costs. I do not give out raw photos, it's there. Do you understand me? So at that point, you are creating documents that would make your life easy. I will make you operate better. All right. And then the other one that is financial projections. I mentioned that already when I said forecast and making budgets. I do it in my own way because I'm sure the way that the big companies do it, that is grander and bigger. But make sure that you forecast. Forecasting is so important. It's almost like setting a target for yourself to say that, okay, so if this is the amount I'm supposed to make in a day, and I've maybe marked that I want to make this amount in a year, then it helps you break down what you need to, the amount of jobs you need to do in a month. And then that would drive you to know that, I need to market more. Do you understand me? So everything is intertwined, right? And then based on that, you also know the kind of things that you need to make sure that your work progresses and it doesn't falter. All right. And then the other things you need to do are miscellaneous. So maybe things that don't fall under any of these categories. Maybe it has to do with your business registration, your copyrights, your contracts, which are very, very important. Just make sure that you create all of these things that can support your growth as a business owner. And then in the end, do an executive summary of what your business is and have it there. And that's pretty much what a business plan is. So can we go to the next one, please? All right. So the next one will be to make sure that you're acquiring all the tools that you need for your business. I know we always hear that people say like gear is overrated, right? Gear is important, but don't don't get overwhelmed or become a gear junkie in the process. Buy the gear that will help you produce good work. All right. And it's also important for you to know that you need to develop your talent. And how do you do that? You have to invest in yourself. You can go online on YouTube, learn, and you could also go for workshops of people that you love the way that they do their work. Go for workshops, go for trainings. You could also practice in person as well to make sure that you're applying all the things that you have learned. Okay, and then build your portfolio. And this part is very important for me because now I've spoken about how you should diversify along different genres, right? But now, be intentional about the kind of portfolio you want to build. So, what do you want to be known for? At this point, now you decide what do you want to be known for. Then you can decide. Okay, now I want to be known for weddings. So now I'm going to be curating work around weddings. I'm putting it out there so that people can see and they can call me. Because the only reason why you're curating it is so that people can call you, right? And if it's portrait, go in that route. And even if it's portrait, you decide, okay, do I want to focus on fashion? Do I want to focus on beauty? Do I want to focus on families? Do I want to focus on women? So, as you go in, it's wide. In as much as you're niching down, there's so many options. And you have to do these things intentionally. So you're not just today women, tomorrow men, anywhere belle face that, oh, this is where people are doing, this is what people are doing now. That's where you want to go to. No, have a plan, have a strategy, and create your portfolio in that direction. Another thing that can help you is making sure you create personal projects to assist you in, moving closer to that direction. So if you don't have clients that are coming in for you to be able to document, do personal projects so that you can create the kind of work that you want to be hired for. Am I making sense? All right. Can we go to the next one, please? Okay. So set yourself up for success. It's important that after you have chosen the kind of work that you want to do, you should streamline the services that you plan to offer. So, can someone share with me the kind of area they belong to, or the genre they belong to? Beauty. Why beauty though? Yes. Why beauty, and what are the opportunities that you see in there?
Good afternoon, everyone. I had a very close friend who used to be a makeup artist. So having her close to me was very easy to collaborate without no expenses. So I started off learning how to shoot by myself with her. So basically, I was already known to the makeup and how to do all of those stuff. So it was very easy for me to collaborate and build on that.
And in what way has that crystallized or grown your business?
I've been able to create works for myself that are beauty companies look up to. I've been able to create um, personal projects targeting beauty companies and beauty products. Not yet, but I never stopped.
So also the reason why I asked that question is yes, I like the fact that you have a makeup artist friend, right? But remember that in all genres of photography, the model probably has to be made up, right? So you can have that person made up. Then this, depending on the kind or the genre of photography that you are drawn to, you can style the model, having had makeup on, to suit your purpose. Do you understand me now? Such that it can position you for faster opportunities than just beauty. Because if you look at it, you're just telling me beauty now. I'm thinking, okay, a makeup artist will be drawn to you. They'll like your work. Can they really pay you what you seek to be paid? No. Beauty brands will be looking at your work, but so far none has reached out to you yet. So we need to, for me, I will reassess that strategy and be like, okay, I've done this, so how can I tweak it to make sure that somebody else is going to be interested immediately? Because in as much as we're looking at all of these marketing channels, we also want to look at the ones that will give us the fastest results. Do you understand me? Because it's not a joke now. Are you in this to just joke around? No. So you want to make sure that what you are doing, you want to see the results. You want to see, okay, I put this in. What's the output? What's the feedback? So you see, when I told you that I did the one for birthdays, in like another week, somebody else has called me for another birthday. Do you see? That's progress. So I don't want us to create work that we're just creating it for the sake of creating it. Create it with an end in mind, with a purpose in mind that, okay, this is what I'm trying to achieve with this. If I've not been able to reel anyone in, have I really succeeded at this? Do you understand me? So at that point, it might be necessary for you to tweak your strategy. So now, if I were you, what I would do is I would look for a stylist who can maybe dress the person well, and then take a photo. Maybe I can now go to fashion. Do you understand? Or I go to lifestyle. Do you understand? Or I can even say, okay, now let me use this one to market personal branding. Do you see where I'm going with this? So we're not just limiting it to the face. Because now, yes, you have makeup on, yes. But every other person that has to take photos would also need to wear makeup. Yes or no? So please, let's try to set ourselves up for success. All right? And let's make sure that it's happening quickly. Track it. If it's getting too long, that means there's something that hasn't, added up in there. All right? So also decide on the kind of products that are going to accompany your service. Because a lot of us, we just give out all our pictures and say, once you've delivered your digitals, you are done. So decide, do I want people to keep this in print? Do I want them to keep it in frames? And offer that option upfront so that they see it. Because what they see, they are able to book it upfront. But if you don't, provide the information about it, they're just like, I'll give it to Mr. Friday. Will go and help me print it. And you could have been the one to print that photo. So that's another way of losing, income. All right. So decide on the products that are going to be giving, accompany your service. So we have table frames, wall prints, photo books, and the list goes on. All right. And it's important, like I said, have a strategy. The word strategy is not a joke. And don't feel that because we are photographers, we don't need a strategy. Everybody needs a plan. We all need a plan. Look at it. Okay, so if I'm going, okay, for instance, if you're going out and you know what traffic is like in your area, right? Do you not think about it and be like, how am I going to navigate today? Oh, if I pass through this street, because it's 2 o'clock and the kids just finished from school, that place is going to be blocked. Let me take the alternate route. Do you understand me? So everybody needs a plan. You need a strategy to navigate. So once you do something, you see that it's not giving you the result that you need. Move on, look for something else. All right. Also, please, very important. Let's curate our pricing documents. It's one of the best things that you could ever do for yourself. Decide on all the offers that you're giving to clients, be children. I personally have up to like 6 or 8 pricing documents for different things. It's tedious, but it's important that you do the work. If you don't do that work, you won't reap the benefits. All right? Curate an ideal customer experience. How do you want your customers to feel after you serve them? You have to decide that. Do I want them to feel annoyed? Do I want them to feel irritated? Do I want them to feel happy? Do I want them to feel so special? So now if you decide I want them to feel special. Now list it. These are the steps I'm going to take in order to make sure in order to making sure that they're feeling special at the end. So all the things that you do, from how you welcome them when they walk through your door. Hello, good morning. It's so good to see you. You're transferring positive energy. Even if the person was feeling sad before they came to you, the way you greeted them would just open up their hearts towards you. So we neglect the little things. I've had someone come into the studio before, and just before they came in, they were in a foul mood. But because of the way we welcome them, she just had to mention it that we made her feel so happy, and her mood was lifted. As simple as greeting, some of us, somebody will walk into your studio and you'll be like, "Morning." It's not cool. The way you greet, the way you want them. Once they come in, we go and grab their bags. Oh, how can we help you arrange it? That day you're like a king, oh. You're a king, literally, because we are carrying you, we are, attending to you like you are the best. For us at that moment, you are the best thing because you're our client. So and they would be the ones that will be your army, your evangelists that will be telling other people about you. Because some people are escaping something for that, few minutes that they are coming to you, you know, for that few hours, they're escaping something. So they want to feel their best. It's a therapeutic session for them at that point in time. All right. So also, please build a team. And like I said, it doesn't have to be an in-house team. It can be a case whereby you have a friend who's also a photographer, but at that point in time, maybe the person doesn't have something doing that day? Please now, can you help me? I have this income. It's whatever you call the person that is with you, that's what they are. Do you understand me? Your client doesn't know if they are full time. Your client doesn't know. Do you understand me? In fact, I remember there was a scholarship that I applied for in 2010, and they told me to write how many staff that I have. And I told them I had 6 staff, and I did not have 1 staff, right? But I had someone, because at that time I didn't even know how to edit. So I met some guys who edit, and then I just called them. So they send one guy to pick up in my house. Their team will edit it, and then the guy will bring it back. I had one other person who I used to call on whenever I had a job just to assist me too. I had another person that Sha used to do something for me. By the time I Sha finished, I even added my cousin that used to just ride in the car with me when we were going. I added 6. And I said, oh, they are contract staff. And guess what? I got the scholarship. Do you understand me? So people are what you call them. But are they assisting you in your business? The answer is yes. So don't look at it that until I'm paying somebody a salary before, it means that they are part of my team. Everyone on your team doesn't have to be there full time. It can even be your little cousin. It can be your friend. It can be anybody. But we just have to be smart in the way we, position it. So for that day, if you know that, okay, I don't have a team, but I have like friends, just tell them, oh yeah, and this is where your documents will help you. This is what we do. This is what we do. Oh yeah, let's comport ourselves. Even if you're not like that, comport yourself for that 1 hour or 2 hours that you're going to spend with them. Do you understand me? All right. 7, build a personal brand for yourself. Like, it's so important. You have to rush through the rest now. Build a personal brand for yourself. It's very important because people buy people, not just what you do. There used to be a time that I used to feel like, if the work that I create is so good, people will have no option but to patronize me. But it's a lie. Nobody wants a talented rebel. Nobody wants to be associated with such. So it's important that you build a personal brand that people love. So people are buying beyond just what you do, beyond how good you are. They are buying your person, like as a complete package. So what positive attributes do you have? Capitalize on it. Show it forth. Do you understand me? If you sing, come online and sing for us in addition to your photos. Come up, it's not only photo you know how to take. Do you understand me? If you have wise words in your mind, share it. Do you understand? Let's know that this person wisdom. Do you understand me? So don't hide every other talent that God has given you just to say, oh no, this is a photography page. I'm not going to show anything other than photography. Build a personal brand. Project yourself in the right light so that opportunities will also come for you. All right? Get social. Get a website. Make sure you capitalize on your SEOs. Make sure that you're showing up. A quick way for you to do that is Google My Business. How many people have Google My Business accounts here? It's so important. If people are looking for photographers in Lagos and you are not there, sorry, you don't exist. All right? And when you're on Google My Business as well, don't just stay there and not do anything. Update your pictures on it every time. So it increases your SEO. So when people search for you, you become one of the top people that will shoot up just because you use their platform all of the time. All right? Instagram and Facebook and the rest, they're all there as well. Create a marketing plan for yourself. Let's go next. All right. So now let's just wrap it up. So now it's important that you launch and you wow people and you grow. So like we have said before, still reiterating again, pay mind to people because people help us grow. Pay mind to people and network. And if it means that you have to go to the basics, the roots of networking, please learn it. How do you make other people feel special? Remember I told you that other people want to explain themselves to you, right? They want to talk about themselves. So be the one to listen, all right? Don't just meet people and then start talking all about yourself. You will be so repulsive. Like, what is this guy all about? Do you understand me? Try to get to know people, ask about what they do, be genuinely interested in them, and that way they'll be interested in you as well. Build relationships, nurture relationships, zone in on relationships, please. I'm saying that times 10 because everything that you do depends on the relationships that you build with people. Because people will speak for you in the rooms that you are not present at. So it's very important to note that. And even this is downright to your clients as well. So don't just serve one client and detach. Serve them and still keep a relationship with them. Because there's much more that can come from there. All right. Volunteer also for causes that are dear to your heart. And these are ways to navigate outside of your direct network. So you see something that is being done is a cause that is dear to your heart that you like to be a part of, volunteer. You can volunteer using your service. You don't have to, use money. And that way you meet other people and other opportunities can come from there. So it's not every time. I'm not saying let them reach out to you and tell you to do it by force. No, be the one to choose. So it's okay to work for free sometimes. All right. Um, Also, it's important to collaborate with other brands outside of your, industry. So go out. So we're in the creative industry. Go into other sectors and collaborate with them there. So you're opening new markets, building new relationships. Aside from just staying in the same saturated space where everybody wants to work with a designer, everybody wants to work with a certain makeup artist and etc. All right. Also, partner with other businesses. Look for things that you can do together, to grow your brand. And also host events if you can, no matter how little. If there's something that is really, really dear to you, host an event about it in a space, and enlighten people. If you are in that position, please do it. And also, do not forget to share your journey from time to time because it is your journey. It is special, and it is unique. So don't hold back. Continue to share your journey, and God bless. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any question?
Thank you very much. Talk about price list and document how your event is going to be, and also value relationship. But in a situation, most of our job as a photographer, most of our job comes from those who are very close to us. Now, for instance, you have a mentor that invites you for his or her event, and get to that event, he told you Thursday and Friday you are done. At the long end, it's like over Saturday, eléyìí o dẹ̀ lè lọ. In such situation, what can you do? Because I was once in such a situation just this August. I had to travel with my mentor to Igbo land, and that event is Thursday and Friday and Saturday, of which I programmed myself for Sunday to pick up a flight. At the long end, she was like, "Oh boy, you can't go. You follow us to church." And snap. And what can you do?
Okay, so what I will say also is you should preempt situations, right? So at the point when you get there, you let the person know this is the plan I have made for myself. Is your plan still holding? Do I still have to round up, on Saturday? Do you understand? So you have to preempt it on their behalf. So I think this has to come from you now because sometimes people tend to forget, and it could be that the client also just sprang up that idea on them and they also didn't know upfront. Do you understand me? So we need to leave room for deliberation and ask questions up front. Last question, please.
So, sorry. There are people from yesterday's teaching and then today's teaching. A lot of us have issues with coming out with structured paperwork like the contracts, form, receipts, and all those things. Emphasis to the legal teachings we had yesterday. So we can copy a creative picture, recreate it and be satisfied, but we cannot copy a receipt format. So is there any site or something where we could get ideally, because most of us can't afford the services of a lawyer now. Okay, so but we need to have structured receipts, all those things to keep our customers at the moment. Is there a site?
So what I would say is, yes, there are sites that sell, but they are probably expensive too. What I'll tell you is, you have friends that are lawyers. There are formats online that are free that you can download. So get the format. Look at what your situation is, what you want to protect yourself against, and tell your lawyer friend to help you do it. I'm sure you know a lawyer that is your friend, yes. So they can create a contract for you. Yeah, wave and all of those they can create.
Yeah, my name is Open. Yeah, I want to proper to express how you like your to express your anger. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because most of sometimes like maybe you give your client time. Like okay, I'm on my way and
I understand you. So I would say create boundaries. Create boundaries. And those are the things you put in your policy documents. If you are late by XYZ minutes, you forfeit your session fee and say go babe. I mean, but you apply wisdom also. But it's not a good look on you to get angry with your clients because it's an experience, remember, yes. And they will remember that experience more than any other thing that you tell them. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Yeah. So hope everyone has been learning one or two things from this morning. So the next session, which is the last session for BOP 2022, exploring your passion, alternate sources of income for photographers. Moderator Akiyemi Akiola. Exploring your passion, alternate sources of income for photographers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing? Please, can we all settle down? I understand that time is fast spent, but we still have one more guest that is about to blow your minds. All right. So amongst us today, we have the amazing, the creative, the brilliant creator of our time. Let's put our hands together as a welcome Emmanuel. Let us appreciate this wonderful, wonderful creator. So, today we don't have any slides prepared. We just want to have a conversation with everybody. And since this is the business of photography, we are going to be really talking about the money, right? Um, our topic today is, exploring your passion, alternative ways of making money as a photographer. But before we go into that, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Akiyemi Akwala. I am the co-founder of Influence Studios. We are a media company, a digital media company. We have different publications, and we also create digital content, photos, videos, branding, website development for creatives, business, and individuals. And it's a great honor to be talking to the one and only Emmanuel Lekki.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry Amazing Net could not make it, but I'm sure we'll have a resourceful, impactful conversation. And I'm happy to be here with Aki also. It's not my first time. Aki has handled quite a bit of communications, logistics, and automations for my company and for a few other businesses that I have running. And I can see Aki's partner right over there, Baba Obomosho. Yes, so thank you very much for having me.
And thank you very much for having us as well. I believe everybody knows Emmanuel Lekki, and we all know what he does. He's amazing at what he does.
They don't.
So, for the one or two people that don't know Emmanuel Lekki, can you tell us what you do and the other things you do?
Okay, so Manolo Ileke is creative, an all-round creative. I started out as a photographer 10 years ago, um, and I've found other ways or outlets to express myself, express my creativity too. It wasn't always photography because I essentially didn't train as a photographer from the beginning. I studied computer science at the Polytechnic. Then I went on to the university to study computer and information science. Graduated in 2010 uh, and started my youth service in Lagos in 2011. But prior to that, I used to play Scrabble, the game. I used to play Scrabble professionally. And in 2011, when I was in Lagos, I was still playing Scrabble. I was working, I was doing my NYC, but I certainly wasn't one that was cut out for routines. I didn't like resuming at the office 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, closing and repeat tomorrow. So I was looking for things I could do to break that routine. So I found out there was a photography workshop happening. That was in February 2012. And I joined the workshop. And 2 weeks later, long story short, is I quit my job and I became a photographer. Just 2 weeks after I started, I learned about photography. Um, the passion for photography for me was born out of a few things. Number one, as a programmer, web developer, sometimes when you have websites to design and your clients give you pictures, it's just like, even if your design is good, the pictures they give you would make you rethink your life. So that was one part of how my passion was started for photography. The second part was also because I was traveling a lot, playing Scrabble. I used to, I was opportune to go to different countries, different places. So I started thinking, you know what, instead of just going to these places and coming back, why not take pictures whenever you travel? Those are some of the very few things that part of my interest for photography. And yes, it's been 10 years. It's been smooth, not smooth, ups, downs, but here we are. That's it.
Awesome, awesome. So we have a whole 10 years of experiences right here with us today. So, speaking of what you said, he is one of the very few kind of ambassadors that we have in the whole of Africa. He's an influencer, very recently influencing for Imperial Money. And that leads me to my very first question. As photographers, we heard a lot of things. As a photographer, the first thing you think about is let me take pictures and make money. But we have Imani Lekki who doesn't just make money from being a photographer, but does a lot of other things that we're going to explore today. And one of them is being an influencer, being an ambassador, working with brands beyond just taking the pictures. So, how did you build yourself, Emmanuel, from being just a photographer to becoming a brand? And how can we photographers do that and probably make some money while doing that?
Uh, Thank you very much for that question, but my answer will be a bit not straightforward. Um, as photographers, we're first humans, actually. and we have things we aspire to. What I would say to as a guiding principle is not to be so focused on where you want to be or what you want to be. However, focus on the process of getting to where you want to be or who you want to be. The process is what matters. Now, the reason why I mentioned this first is like a roundabout way of answering the question is um, the people that are doing the things they are doing, they don't have two heads. Uh, the same school I went to is the same school someone else that is working at an oil company went to. The same class is the same class. We attended the same class together. Um, that being said, the fact that you're a photographer shouldn't make you relegate yourself to only photography. Because you're a human being, you're not only supposed to be one thing. You're supposed to express yourself with everything you are. Now, with that foundation laid, as a photographer, you're even supposed to be an embodiment of a lot of things that you portray. Um, as a photographer, you should. What makes you a good photographer is not just your skill as a photographer. It's a combination of everything: how you talk, how you dress, uh, how you approach work, how you approach life in itself. It's a combination of the different things you do. Uh, Even your approach to work. How do you take it? Do you have a structured approach to work? When people ask you for things, when people tell you to pay you to do things, how do you do them? Do you do them haphazardly or do you give it your all? Because one thing about it is you might think people are only interested in your photography skill. It's a lie. They're not just interested in that. They're interested in much more than just your skill. Um, I remember once I got a job and it was out of town, and I was asking, oh yeah, why did you even hire me? How did you hire me for the job? And the lady said, oh, when I called your office, I like the way you picked up the phone. I like the way you answered the phone, and that's how you got the job. So it wasn't really my photography skill. Obviously, that's why they called me. They've seen my work, but it went on for much more than that. Do you understand? It was like, oh, we like the way you answered the call. The call was professional. It was energetic. We loved the energy we felt from the phone. I'm like, oh, okay. So that means picking up the phone next time, I must endeavor to make sure that I am as energetic as possible, not minding what is happening in my immediate surrounding. It shouldn't affect the way I answer the call, the way I interact with people. So when you're a photographer, you're not just a photographer to take pictures. You're you're a human being that people want to emulate. What are the qualities that I can see in you? I can say, I really like the way this person does this thing. I want to copy him. I want to copy her. I want to be like this person. That's what you are as a photographer. As a photographer, I think you're an icon. A lot of times, we're used to putting the spotlight on other people and being in the background, just taking the pictures. But right now, I think the times are changing, and we must. And I think that's also the reason why, for a long time, say maybe 20, 30 years ago, photographers were not really respected. Photographers were like, oh, let me just quickly go and make 20 naira, do what's it called, wait and get, take pictures, go and print it in the lab, bring it and sell it to people. Do you understand? That was what went on for a long time. But now times are changing, and as times are changing, we need to be flexible. We need to change with the times. So you're not just a photographer for photography's sake. You're also someone that people will look up to. That people will say, "Oh, you know what can I emulate from this person?" And that's the same thing people are looking out for. Not even people that are looking up to you. Individuals are looking at that. So companies are looking at that. Oh, we're looking for influencers in this space. We're looking for people that are operating in this space. Who can we look to? Who can represent us? Who can represent our brand image? And this is the things you need to look at to yourself. When I look to you as a photographer, is there something I'll see and I'm like, yes, I like the way he talks to people. I like the way he makes people feel when people are around him. I doubt you can hardly ever be in a space with Kenny Chamani and it doesn't make you laugh. The way he has the brightest smile in a room when you enter that. So I made it a point of duty that, you know what, I don't just want to photograph as good as Kelechi does. I want to be able to, when I'm taking a picture, it shouldn't outsmile me in the picture. That's something I can pick up from him. Do you understand? If you enter a room filled with professionals, you should be able to communicate on the same level with them. Not that because you're a photographer, you can't make contributions to the conversations that they are having. So you're not just a photographer for photographer's sake, but you must be well-rounded in every single thing that you're doing. Now, you're not well-rounded because you want to become an ambassador. You're well-rounded for yourself. But when you do this for yourself, it's what other people will pick on and say, yeah, this guy can represent us. And that's the answer in a nutshell.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Thank you so much. So it goes beyond just the photography skill. It's
Absolutely.
about everything.
Absolutely.
The way you look, the way you approach, the way you dress, what you have in your hair.
Someone will say the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So if you do one thing, if you're given a responsibility and you're shocking at it, your primary assignment will be your photography. So if you're given a responsibility and you shock at your responsibility, your photography, then other things will definitely suffer. So it's just in a nutshell, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So moving on from there, so you have this program that you organize every year, Review. It's a retreat, kind of photography experience, different from the norm and all of that. Then you also have, detail, right, which is more classroom style, practical, and all of those things. And that is another avenue that photographers can explore, teaching people. You have the gift of teaching. You've been in speaking engagements for uncountable number of times. So photographers that feel, okay, I think I know one or two things and I like to teach. How can they key into that to make some extra money?
First of all, what I'll say is you can't give what you don't have. That's the basis. So first of all, you must have substance that you want to give, because I mean that's just the fundamental. You must have what you want to give. Now the second thing is, or you might look at it and say, oh, everybody's teaching. So that means, you know what, there's no need for me to do it. Um, but it's a lie. There's always an audience for you. There's always an audience that is closer to you than to me. There's always someone you can actually positively impact that I might not be able to reach. So the fact that everybody is doing it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. But first of all, know that you have to have substance. You can't give what you don't have. So number one is you must get knowledge. You must have it first. Then you must have a passion for what you do. Because a lot of people will say, "Oh, you know what? I want to teach now, but I want to sell my. I want to make it very expensive." I think the first few classes I had was maybe at almost like it was a giveaway price. Do you understand? And we still even had something recently too, where we had what's it called? No, not Project X, where we did 10,000 naira for. I mean, even the lunch that we served or the break the what's it called snacks that we served was already 6,000 naira per head out of 10,000. How much is remaining? The all that we did the event in was Radisson. To book the hall was already maybe like 600,000 to book the hall. So how much? So sometimes you must be willing to have passion for it. You must do it for free first, almost a give back thing. But you don't have to listen to me. You don't always have to do that. But the bottom line is there's always an audience for you, and no knowledge is lost. So the fact that I can teach ISO, shutter speed, what's it called, aperture so well doesn't mean that you don't know something that I don't know. Do you understand? You might be able to break it down further than I can do. You might be able to teach people better than I can do. So, if you know that you have a gift for teaching, if you have a skill that you know that you can transfer to someone else, then I think we should absolutely take it and do it. And not just do it well. Because if you remember, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So make sure at first that you do it well, and then essentially that you can teach it well. So that's it.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. So do it well, get knowledge. You can't give what you don't have.
Absolutely.
Then when you do it, then you do it well and
Yeah.
the sky is the limit.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So as photographers, every single one of us, we probably have a space that we shoot in. Sometimes you shoot outdoors, sometimes you shoot indoors. You have a space to shoot in. But you have gone beyond to create the space. No, when we discussed that idea, we're like, when you go to Zen Studios, the space that you want to shoot in, that is allowing other people to shoot in. And in case you don't know, he has a beautiful studio space called Zen Studios. Zen Studios on Lagos on Instagram. You can check it out. Beautiful space available for rental to everybody to use. So that is one thing that you have always done. You know, you shot in spaces, you are very creative with spaces. But you took a step and you're like, okay, instead of me keeping this space just to myself, I can allow that people to use. And that is one way that you're making extra income. How can photographers like the rest of us keep something like that?
So, I mean, I'll start from the basic idea for Zen Studios. I've had the idea for over 6 years, right? But because of monetary constraints and actually the size of my vision, it was hard to bring it to life. So the first thing I did was, you know what can I do? Can I scale down my vision? Because what I have right now is not the original idea I had. The original I had was to have something as big as this landmark available to photographers to create whatever it is that you want to create inside it. So much so that five of us can shoot at the same time and we won't disturb each other. That was the original idea I had. However, because it was almost clear to me that to achieve this, I'll tell you for instance, the last property I inspected before I got the studio I finally got to use was 25 million per annum rent. And they were asking for 3 years rent in advance. So I had to pay 75 million just for rent for the warehouse space without anything. And this was the cheapest that I found. So you can imagine, just to put it in perspective. Now, it was a dream I had. It was an idea I had that I knew I had to act on it. Whatever it is that I wanted to do, I just knew it's something I wanted to do. Not just for myself, but for the industry. Now, to other places, the UK, for us, things there. They have institutions, they have studios that you can rent. And even if you wanted to shoot sets, you can build houses inside the studio and shoot your film in it. So that was the idea I had. And when you come back to Nigeria, you don't have places such like that as much. Especially you have for videographers. A lot of music directors shoot in studios like that. However, you don't have something like that by photographers, mostly targeted towards photographers. And that was why I had the idea to do that, to start starting it small now. But with money, hopefully, I will be able to expand it and even go back to the original idea of big. So it's an idea. You understand? It's an idea that I had, and for me, it was not just about making it for me. It was making it for other photographers. Now, not competing with photographers now, but enabling other photographers to be able to create. 10 years ago, when I started photography, I didn't have the opportunity for that. There was no place I could say, oh, you know what? I want to go and rent a big studio and I want to do a production shoot. I want to shoot something so huge. But now, with that, I know that even though it might not come from Zen, But other people have seen that, they're inspired by that. Maybe Kola or Shalusi will say, you know what, I want to build my own studio on the island. And eventually, once one, two, three of that starts, a lot of it will start up. More photographers will have opportunities. Creativity will be fostered. When we are doing events like this, we might not necessarily need to rent that mark again because it's for photographers, by photographers. It's targeted towards photographers. We have everything that photographers need. We'll be able to do stuff like that. So that's the whole idea behind Zen. And it's not just an outlet for me to make more money. Obviously, yes, you have to spend money to make money, but it's also an avenue to empower other photographers to make more money. Now, you don't have to tie down money to say, well, I do one shoot or two shoots months in a studio. You don't have to now rent a studio. Do you understand? You don't have to tie down money for a whole year renting a studio. Whereas I can say, you know what, I'm just renting a studio for 2 days or 3 days in a month, rather than pay a lump sum to go and tie down money and say, oh, you're furnishing your studio. So that's the whole idea behind it. And a lot of other things I know will proceed out of this because of what I have done or because of who have inspired. Because when you go there, it's a space for inspiration. It's a space that backs creativity. So that's the whole idea behind that, not just the money making machine.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So instead of putting down millions of naira for a studio space that you don't really need all the time, you just save some cost by renting out a studio space instead. So that is great. So and as creatives, many of us are not just creative photography because you're a creative person. So the way you look at life is you look at life from a creative point of view. You're very gifted with your hands, you are gifted in other things, and that is one thing that the man of Lekki has been able to do. Is a very hard person. Does woodwork, and with that, he able to uh, globally. I'm sure that at some point paint it, it makes sure that the quality is on point, and it was all born out of the fact that I think I can do this thing, and what it is to as creatives. If you realize that besides think I can do this way, I think it's think I can do that.
So, like I said, first things first, you're a photographer, but you're not supposed to be just one thing. You're a human being. You have many talents. Um, some of us have so many talents that we're even pushed, but they have for you something. I didn't. I mean, to bust your bubble, I have a sports photography company, Pan African Sports. We do very good sports photography. We were at what's it called last AFCON in 2019. I have Polaroid Central. What does that do? We're trying to build a database for creatives for starting models. That's why it's called Polaroid Central, like the best database in Africa, because we really don't have that. You want to hire a model now, you have to search from agency to agency before you can get one. But what if you have a centralized database that can put together everything? That's what Polaroid Central is. So as creatives, we have ideas so many times, but the ability to put structure down and one foot at a time in front of the other to achieve these ideas is what we need to really know how to do. And hence, that's why we're talking about alternative sources of income as photographers. Because I'll assure you, as photographers, if you rely only on, say, you know what, booking from day to day or from next week, from week to week, what I'll assure you, what you might be doing yourself a disservice. Because what would happen is, if I come to you now and say, oh, come and give me your service at 100,000 naira, and even if you offer the same service for 500,000, yeah, and I asked you this week, and I'm the only one that asked you this week, and your rent is due next week, your car is already, fuel has already finished in your car, what would you do?
The fact that at the base you're a photographer, it puts you in a very unique position. Because, for example, you mentioned that we also do videography, we do web development and stuff. So when it comes to us, for example, for videography or as a photographer, we already know what you want. We know what you need. We know how you want your stuff to come out. So that puts us in a very unique place versus just a videographer. If you want to develop a website as a photographer, because we have photography knowledge, we know that okay, these are features that you will need on your website. These are the things that you may need. So it puts us in a unique place. So as photographers as well, let's say you can design or you can any of these that I have mentioned, because you're a photographer, you already have the knowledge, you already have the background. So by the time you are offering your solution, you're not offering as a novice. You already have inside knowledge and that will be a plus to you. Thank you so much. So one more thing I want us to talk about before we take questions is so you mentioned it very briefly that about teaching, right? You don't necessarily even need to do a course or something. YouTube is becoming really big right now, and I know a couple photographers that make huge amounts of their money from YouTube. So how can photographers tap into that?
So I think it's one thing that as photographers we need to now learn to build into not just our workflow, our daily lives. Like it doesn't have to be perfect before you do it. My, I mean, as I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to myself too. Because a lot of times we always want to say, oh, it's not good enough, it's not good enough. But first of all, do it first, then come back and improve it. I think that's the way to go. So as photographers now, we need to start thinking about video. Essentially, if you think about it, Instagram even is moving more towards video than just still imagery. I'm not saying you should turn to videographer, no. I'm just saying find a way to make sure it doesn't feel like work for you to do video. So build it into your workflow, build it into your lifestyle. Like you don't have to make the videos with the best equipment. Your phone is good. It's good enough. All people want to see is, oh, this is what happened behind the scene. This is how it happened. People are interested in those stories. People are interested in stories. Inherently, it's human. If I say I have gist for you now, you wait for me, even if you're hungry. Do you understand? People are interested in that. So tell your own stories. Tell your own unique stories. Nobody is you. Nobody will live your life. Nobody lives your reality. So show us your real. That's why reality TV stars are like big. That's why Big Brother is big because they are showing you in real time what is happening. That's what people want to know. So find a way for you to build it into your own workflow and your lifestyle, and it will make your work easy. So all you need to do is just, oh, I have this material already, put it on YouTube. I have this material already, put it on Instagram. No, don't be concerned about, oh, I want to make it perfect. You can always re-edit it and make it perfect and upload version 2. But for now, just do it. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think you've spoken awesome. And in closing, right? I mean, I know you've given us nuggets here and there, but do you have any closing thoughts to photographers that are like, okay, I've always thought that I should take pictures and that's the way to make money as a photographer. What do you have to say about exploring your passions and looking at alternative sources? Just in closing.
Well, just in closing, I would say I'll say just do it. Whatever it is that you're passionate about, don't be afraid to take the step. And it's important to know that it's a journey. You being a photographer is not your destination. You are still on a journey. Who says 10 years to come I'll still be taking pictures? I don't know. If I find something I'm so much passionate about, I'm so interested in, I might not leave photography totally. But I'll change my realities in such a way that it's 100 times more rewarding for me to pick up my camera than it is now for me to do that. And and reward is not only about money. Reward is about personal fulfillment. Do you understand? It's not only about money. It's about personal. What fulfills you? What have you done today that you know that okay, if I've done it, I can go to sleep, and I'll sleep well, and I'll sleep happy. That's what fulfillment is. So if you can try and do that, then you know. So it's a journey. Photography is still not the destination. It's still a journey. So never say never.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. So we have a few minutes to spare. I don't know in case anybody has any question that you want to ask. Two questions. Okay. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not a photographer, but I even learned a lot. And the question I want to ask is, I mean, you've been in the industry for 10 years, I mean, more than 10 years now, and you have some insights. You talk to the top people in this industry. So now I'm talking about this because I know I read a lot of stuff on the way we're talking about industry trends.
Yeah.
So can you speak more to that? Like, what are the things you think are happening in the industry? Let's say I can start positioning myself for you now. I mean, you're already doing this backdrop, doing the studio. So what are other trends that I can see that I can say, okay, maybe you should look in this direction as well?
Okay, thank you very much. One thing you understand is the world is changing and it's changing fast. So you need to be agile. You need to be flexible about the way you do things. So first things first, I would say, if you are in the industry now, no matter what the level you're at, even if it's a beginner, if it's an intermediate or a master at it, first things first, have a plan. I think it was easier to not have a plan maybe 10 years ago. But right now, because of the massive proliferation of the industry, you have to have a plan. Because if you don't have a plan, you'll just be one of 1 million at the end of the day. So that's first insight, have a plan. The second insight would be to be responsive and to anticipate change, anticipate trends that are about to happen, things that are about to happen, and then move in that direction, or even move ahead of the direction. We talk about video. Obviously, it's going to be a huge shift, um, but also, as much as they're moving in the direction, don't move with the crowd. Uh, Having a plan helps you to stay grounded in your view, your goals, but being flexible helps you to navigate even with the changes that are happening. 2020 is a very good example. If all you did in 2020 was I shoot weddings every weekend, then you're not shooting wedding for over 6 months. How do you adapt? Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, but let's just keep it. Maybe lockdown started in March or April and was relaxed by August, September. But let's just put it in perspective. So you have to have other things, even if it's maybe retouching for other people, if it's selling prints. Do you understand? Now there's digital technology. You have a lot of people minting NFTs. Get into that. Find a way for it to happen and just do it. That's it. Thank you. I have one more question. One more question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm on. Do you give like mentoring? If you do, what's the process?
Thank you very much for asking. I'm actually in the process of starting a program for that, and they will be the best position to announce that because they're the ones handling that. They would. So mentoring doesn't have to only be physical too. Mentoring is, I like what she's doing. Let me follow her. Let me look at how she's doing what she's doing, even without asking questions. Let me observe what she's doing well and see if I can emulate it. So that's part of mentoring too. So as much as possible, it's not just having mentoring programs, but even the mentees themselves finding a way to be mentored without actually being physically mentored is a very, very important thing. Like I have people that once I post on my Instagram that I'll be somewhere. You'll find whatever it is that they're doing. You'll find ways to be there. They want to be mentored. Even though I don't have a program that does that effectively now physically, even by sitting down here, I'm sure you've learned a bit. And that's what mentoring is about. Learning from me, from the mistakes I've made, so that you don't make the same mistake. That's what it's about. So, as much as there might not be programs now for that, try as much as possible to be present. And by being present, I mean mentally present. Even okay. So yeah, so just be present. In the coming months, I'll launch programs that might not be one-on-one mentoring yet, but they'll be community driven to help people, be it creatives, be it via meetings like this regularly, and then eventually we can now drill down from a select group to like personal one-on-one mentoring eventually. But that program is in the pipeline and they're working on that. So thank you. Let's one more question. One more question. Last question. Last question. All right.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask, like, in the case whereby you take photos, like, you just go out, explore nature, the view is beautiful, and then you take photos and upload it online. Like, how do you get to, like, in a case whereby you want to know when somebody takes that photo? Like, aside watermarks, your own photo, how do you get to know the moment somebody takes that picture? Like, to maybe post it aside, maybe without referring you or something. How do you get to know? Yeah, somebody takes
Without
that
you knowing,
picture.
I would say it's very hard to know now. It's very hard to know. But one of the ways that you can do that, it's not very official or very what's it called, is to use your reverse search on Google. So take down your image, search for it on Google. It will bring out all the instances where the image has been used. So that's one thing I know you can do.
All right. It's been a very quick one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making time to talk to us. We really appreciate it. And thank you all very much for listening to us. Let's go out to that for ourselves. And hopefully we will see you again, maybe online or offline at some point. Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we've officially come to the end of the Business of Photography Conference 2022. Um, it's been 4 days of amazing conversations, amazing lectures, fantastic panelists, um, inspiring teachers. It's been really mind blowing, knowledge sharing, knowledge transferring, and I want to believe we've learned something or the other throughout the 4 days. And for some, it's been a season of gifts, 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 gifts. For those who won, the Lord is with you, Lord. For those who won, I want to say congratulations. But for those who learned, I want to say more congratulations. Now, so the question is, why the business of photography? Because it would be wrong for us to live here and not even know why. I know some of us have met, people trying to things, for a long time, photographers, creatives, artists, all of that. But that's just one of the little perks of why we're doing this. So why are we doing today's photography conference? We're doing this because we believe that photography has potential for creating wealth. And it's sad to see photographers who are not making profits or able to earn a living out of this art. My background is not photography. My background is not art. I'm a scientist. I've been a scientist all my life. And 17 years ago, I decided to move into photography. And I've not regretted it. And I believe that everyone that goes into this space has a potential to succeed. I can tell you for a fact, this is the only sector that every other sector is dependent on. Everybody needs visual material. Everybody needs to communicate. This sector is connected to every sector. So why would a sector that is connected to at least 200 million people in Nigeria not be profitable? Why would a sector that is connected to 7 billion people in the world not be profitable? Let's do this math. If you sell one picture for 1 naira every day, that means you can make 200 million naira every day in Nigeria. Go by that population. So the question is, how come we're not having photographers who can live the life they want to live? I'm not saying live a life of luxury, but you cannot be a photographer and not be comfortable. Beyond that, photographers are creatives. How can you be a creative and you don't have a life that is creative? So that's why we set up the base of photography, to teach people how to do business as photographers. We've heard, we've listened. The art is important. Sorry about that. The art is important, but the business of the art is more important. If you're a photographer and you're not making money, over time you'll be frustrated. And when you're frustrated, you lose inspiration. And when you're no more inspired, then what's the point of being a creative? That's why we set this up. This is just a step. We'll have more projects, but beyond our projects, what we're saying is go and do business. If there's something you don't know, ask questions. If there are people you look up to that you think they're doing better than you, go to them and learn. There's so much opportunity. It's one of the fields that has the largest sub-disciplines in all professions. There's so many disciplines of photography. Not all of us can be portrait photographers. Not all of us can be fashion photographers. Not all of us can be event photographers. Not all of us can shoot babies. Not all of us will shoot landscape. Not all of us will document. But some people can shoot underwater. Some people can shoot area photography. Some people can be medical photographers. Irrespective of it, there's so much opportunity. And look at what Emmanuel said. They are doing 1, 2, 3 things that are connected within the photography space. Ask yourself this question: what do I want as a photographer? What is that thing that can set me apart to the point that everybody will want my service as a photographer. Anybody can take a picture, but not everybody can be a photographer. You need to understand. Everybody can take a picture, but not everybody can tell a story. Become a storyteller. If you are shooting architecture, become a storyteller. If you're shooting still life or products, become a storyteller. And when you become this storyteller, people will want to buy. Let me put it this way. Why don't you become a solution to people's problem as a photographer? Everybody has a problem. They are looking for solution. As a photographer, become the solution to their photography needs. And what does that mean? Don't just take pictures. Solve problems. And I think if you solve problems, you plan your life, you plan business, and you put a structure around your creativity. Put a structure around your creativity. You'll be successful. Don't just think passion, but think structure. Sometimes it's hard for us to think structure because we're not brought up to be structured. But if there is no structure, there's no longevity. You cannot survive without structure. Even God has a structure of creating the world. He would have created man the first day, and then created water, and then created fish. No. But he created the sea, then he created the fish. He created the grass, then he created the animal. He created all of this, and he created man to feed and to lord over them. So if God has a structure, how come your business does not have a structure? So ask yourself this. When you wake up in the morning, what's your plan? How many of you have to-do lists every day? When you wake up in the morning, do you have a plan of what you want to do? When you go to bed, when you're about to go to bed at night, do you do a checklist and ask yourself, of all the things I said I will achieve today, how many have I achieved? You have to put a structure around it. And then beyond that, how disciplined are you with your vision? How much fear do you have of taking bold steps? And when it comes to discipline, how well do you discipline yourself? Are you the kind of person that would rather eat than invest? And then when it comes to investment, what's your definition of investment? How do you invest? What do you invest in? Do you believe in investing in knowledge? How many of you, you're here now, you spend 4 days of free lecture, free everything. But how many of you can actually pay? If I tell you how much this project costs, you will scream. This venue alone, the whole place is 10 million a day. For 4 days, do the maths. Apart from this, apart from printing, apart from sound, lights, and everything here, apart from every staff that worked on this project are more than 150 people. Now, if you were paying them for 4 days, how much would you have paid? That's the question. Now, let me put it this way. That's how much money some people put together to make you learn. If we do a breakdown for all of you, averagely, at least 100,000 was invested in every one of you. Now, the question is this. Are you ready to even invest in yourself? How many courses do you go for in a year? How many books do you read in a month? How much you set aside for books to read? How well do you crave knowledge? Some people will say, oh, I tried to reach that photographer. They didn't respond. They are proud. They don't care about you. They don't owe you anything. But how well do you run after them to learn? How much of your time are you willing to invest in knowledge? How much of your resources? If you don't have cash, what of time? If you don't have time, what of your legs? It's important that you invest in yourself and you invest in knowledge. I want to see all of you at the very top. And I know it's possible. The sky is so wide and big enough for everybody to fly. Let's do business and let's see in 2023. Thank you very much.